What's up, everybody? It's Ryan Weaver. I am on the Don't Unfriend Me show, otherwise known as The Dumb Show, with host Matt Spear. You guys can find the show at The Dumb Show on social media or thedumbshow.com.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This is the Don't Unfriend Me show with your hosts Matt, Leroy, Amy, Olivia and Mike. Geopolitics, military analysis and election coverage. Coming to you live on the Spreely.tv network and all major social media channels at The Dumb Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree, just don't unfriend me.
What's going on? Don't Unfriend Me Nation. To Ecamm, to the techs who are watching to see, you just saw the red flash. So I've done everything I can. It's not my video. It could be a bad cell or a template, but when I move to another cell, like here.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This.
And once it's loading, it's fine. But at the very beginning of this, you get these pretty crappy red flashes. So not sure what it is. It's sporadic, and it looks like a loading issue to me, and something to do with the transition. Audio does it all the time, where if I've got two back-end loads of audio from one cell to another, I'll get some delay and some crackling. It does show up a little bit, but I figured I'd just walk you guys through it so you knew what was going on. So there you go. Ecamm's amazing. If you don't use Ecamm, it's probably, in my opinion, one of the best when it comes to live stream broadcasting. Unfortunately, only for Mac, I believe. But anyway, what's up, Don't Unfriend Me Nation? Holy moly, we got a lot. 4 hours. We're going to be on for a while. Why is this thing saying Maureen has liked the stream and not refreshing? It's just, it's so frustrating. First of all, everyone check to make sure we're up. Check Spreely for me. I'm working on making sure we are up. And without Olivia, I've become an invalid. No longer am I good at what I do. She has been my crutch for too long. Watch live. We'll see. I don't think we're on Spreely 1 tonight. I think we're going to be on Spreely 2 since it is an extended 4-hour show. Yes, that's Spreely 1. So we'll check Spreely 2. If you guys haven't went over and registered on Spreely, please do. You should go ahead and do that. Let's make sure here. Okay. Well, ain't that a kick in the head? Sorry, folks. Hang with me. Don't unfriend me show. They're blocking you. What does that mean? Who's blocking me? Nobody blocks me. They know better. What in the name of... Okay, we got to fix that. I already fixed this. I don't know why I'm having it. Folks, we're just going to shut down. I mean, the whole 2 hours is going to be us trying to figure out what in the name of Cthulhu is going on here. So bear with me. Going over to Boxcast. Alt Stream 2. Says I'm live. Says preparing. All right, well, we'll let that prepare. All right, let me go to the other thing now. Find out why this is working. Not working. How's everybody doing? You guys have a chance to watch the show? If you haven't, you might want to leave. Then you can come back because it looks like I'm doing live repairs again. This is what happens when you don't have a tech crew, you don't have a lighting crew, video crew. You do everything yourself. It's, you know, I don't want your sympathy. I just, you know, appreciation would do. Sacrifice a chicken in my name. Something to that effect would be good. All right. The widgets are acting weird. So let's see if we can figure out why. Alert box and alert delay. No. No, this shouldn't be staying up. All right, so what do we got right there? That is a like. All right, I don't know why the sound's going on. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, like. There it is. Somehow that got boosted up to 300 seconds. Yeah, I think that's a little much. Let's go ahead and do... we'll do 6 seconds. I appreciate all of you, but I don't like you that much. All right, this should work. All right, now we should be getting this thing going here. There's owner Don't Unfriend Me has liked the stream. Let's go ahead and do another test like and give it 5 seconds. And that looks better. Now, if somebody else would go out and like the stream, I'd appreciate it. Please take care of that. I'm going to answer Terry, my good friend over at Spreely. He's asked me if I'm streaming to the show. Gosh, we have a lot of people on. Holy moly, folks. I'm sorry. You guys are all watching me do this. This is hilarious. Hold on, folks. Folks, first time here, this happens on occasion where we got to get everything. Oh, I know everybody's good. Everyone's amazing. I'm asking Terry. I'm broadcasting to Spreely TV directly, and I don't think it's going to allow me to do it. So I would have to stop the broadcast, which I don't want to do. See what Terry says. 1 sec. You, the man. I would have to stop the... Now I'm insulting myself. Happy birthday, Glenn. Glenn, it's your birthday. Well, we have something for that. Maybe we don't.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, I can only go ahead and play that so long. Peter says, I had to go back and double check. Weird acting widget. Okay, that makes more sense. I'll see myself out. Yes. We try to entertain. Terry's working on this. Let me see what he can do. I called myself an idiot. He hasn't disagreed with me, which was really frustrating. I mean, you think he would at least do that. All right, folks, listen, we've got a full 2 hours for you. Plenty of stuff. I wasn't going to come on till 9, and then I felt bad. I'm like, people are going to be all upset and hurt and go through withdrawals, and I don't want to let that happen. So Instagram, welcome. You got me in the middle tonight. Sexy. Kind of in the middle. Here, there we go. Whatever. This is what you get. Deal with it. Instagram, welcome. I try to chat with you people. You never say anything. Peterson, will you say something, please? Just say something, anything, so I can see if chat's working. See if we have any Instagram people. YouTube is up. Good. I can't see any chats, so I jumped over to YouTube. Weird. Strange. Oh, here's the boss. So I'm trying to talk to Terry here at the same time. Tommy, thanks for liking the stream. We're going to get going here. I apologize. This is a big broadcast because we've got to do the Trump broadcast, and that's going to take a little bit of work. Let's see. I got to do and it was a busy day. Can I just be transparent with everybody? It was a wicked busy day. So got to bring this down here. 2, 3, command copy, go over here, bam, take off Nikki Haley, do that. There we go. All right, good. All right, well, we're all set. Now we're just waiting to figure this out. As soon as we figure this out, we'll get going, see if we can get going on Spreely. If anybody's on Instagram, say something on Instagram. We're supposed to be able to get direct chat. And from Instagram. Rumble is up. Thank you, Kevin. All mods doing great. Looking good here, Matt. Thanks, Santana. She calls it quits. That's your girl. Oh, you're going to get banned, Carrie. Sorry. And banned. See, Chav, it's not my girl. I've never in my life ever said Nikki Haley is my girl. Just because I predict politics accurately doesn't make her my girl. So you're going to go away. I allowed you to stay, but I was just waiting for that one time that you said something stupid. And congratulations, Chav. That's pretty much any time you open your mouth. So bye, Chav. Banned. I think you've been banned on every channel. I'm sure you can go over to Spreely as soon as we get that fixed, and you can watch from there. Luckily, we don't have to hear from you. Hi, Kelly. Welcome to the show. God, it feels good to ban Chav. He thinks I had no idea it was him. First of all, Nikki Haley is not my girl. In any way, shape, or form is she my girl. Nikki Haley is just somebody who I predicted would make it to the end. And obviously, I was right. So, yeah, thanks. That's what I should be appreciated for. Love. Yeah, there you go. There's Instagram. All right. Salty. Damn, Kristen's all looking all decked out. Look at her. She's not wearing her hoodie. Yep. Instagram's working. Going back to Facebook. I'm going back to Facebook. Facebook. Hey, Chav, tell Michael that he's, yeah, you know what I think of Michael. All right. So, I'm typing here. Hold on. All right, folks, we are on Spreely TV. You can catch us on, hold on, but not channel 1 or 2. All right, let me double check. See, Terry is a wicked smart guy, but unfortunately, I'm not as smart as he is. So it takes me a little bit of time to figure it all out. But I think we got it. Let me just check one more place and see if we're on Spreely. And I have 17 windows open. So people, it's like playing a concerto on a piano. Watch live, Spreely Channel 2. Come on, baby. Snake eyes. Give me 7s. Nope. I don't know why it's not playing on Spreely too. It doesn't matter. We're live. So here's what it comes down to. If you want to watch the show, go on Apple TV. You can go ahead. Thanks, Peter. You can go on Spreely. You can go to, thanks everybody for chatting on Instagram. It's good to see everybody here. This is great. So you can go to Spreely through Roku, Apple TV, whatever, and you will have the show. Steven, thank you for sharing the stream. Hopefully everybody's okay with it, with the stream pop-ups right down here. Karen has liked the stream. If you haven't had a chance, go back out and like it. We've got a ton of people on already. 131. This is going to get big. I would imagine we're going to get to 400 or 500 tonight, which is great because we're going to be streaming this, and a lot of channels don't. And you know, it's kind of funny when we were streaming the Super Tuesday results. Benny didn't even come on. He just waited for Trump. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe when I have 2 million followers, I won't work either. But we're here. And, you know, it was my wife's birthday yesterday, and we were, or Tuesday. And then it was Super Tuesday. She was on. Then Wednesday, we were at my daughter's play, but we were on in the morning. And then tonight, my daughter had her recital, and I can't make it. Why? Because it's State of the Union. So we stay busy, folks. Violet, be patient. We got 4 hours. I got to milk this, so let me string this along a little bit. By the way, folks, real quick, if you've not had a chance, you can actually follow the show. If it's your first time here, let me just give you the quick high level of what we do here. We cover a plethora of different topics. We are a middle of the road conservative Republican family, and most of the people here are Trump supporters. However, I have a different take on most things. I tend to focus on each individual topic on its own merit and not because a political ideology tells me to. So thank you very much, Kevin, for checking everything, making sure we're good to go. Thanks. Appreciate it, James, everybody. So here's the deal. If you have not had a chance to follow us and you like what you're hearing, you're like, oh, well, that's a site I want to follow. You can go to linktapgo/The Dumb Show. It has all of our links there, from thedumbshow.com to the news media, everything else. Soon we're going to be putting on there Dumb Beef. I know, Dumb Beef. We have beef. It's coming. Donald Trump tried to sell steaks. I don't think he's going to be as successful as us. We are going to have, we're going to have steaks, but it's different than you think. It is essentially, I don't want to spoil it. Just go to thedumbbeef.com. Read it a little bit. All organic, no shots, nothing else, 10 years shelf life. And you're like, well, how's that possible? Well, you can freeze dry beef. And we actually had this. We're making the video right now. It's pretty freaking delicious. And I am a steak connoisseur. So you don't have to buy it right now. Let me make sure it's perfect. But so far I'm pretty happy. Dumb Beef. Okay. It is a free speech platform. Spreely is a huge free speech platform. Just be careful. If you're on the old social media channels, you want to be careful. If you're on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, but if you're on Spreely, Rumble, you say whatever you want. It is a free speech network. First things first, Norma, thank you for liking the stream. I appreciate you very much. And State of the Union does start at 9. I'm trying to get the Trump one. That's the one I want to watch because I want to hear Trump fact check everything. So we're going to try to do that. First video, let's get to it. And we can do some commentary. Would love to have everyone participate if you wouldn't mind. If you've got something you want to say, you've got something interesting, a tidbit, maybe something I missed. We always like that. We kind of cover stuff together, and it makes us more accurate. Let's go to Twitter, because that's where I usually save most of my crap, because this is a rotten cesspool. They're now doing something new. What they're trying to do is bracket Donald Trump. Violet says, Matt, your slogan for your meat company should be, we would like to see our meat in your mouths. Wow. I'm going to go take a shower, cold one, and then we'll be back. I like Dumb Beef. I don't know, because I don't know. We're thinking something with Mad Cow, but we'll figure it out. But you know what? That one's not bad. What we'll do is we'll hold a contest, and if you can get the slogan for the Dumb Beef, we'll go ahead and go from there. If you've not had a chance, go out and like the show, folks. I got 140, 150 people on, and I got 76 likes. That's just not going to work. You got to get this show bigger. The only way we do that is if you go ahead and tell everybody. So this is Chris Hayes. You guys know Chris Hayes. He survived the fallouts of MSNBC or MSDNC and CNN, the Clinton News Network. And he's still around. But they're starting to change the narrative. So what they're doing is that they realize that Donald Trump wants to debate Biden. So they're going to try to spin the narrative now. And Biden's going to have to debate Trump. He can pretend all he wants that he can't. But that's the only way he is going to demonstrate to people that he's somewhat coherent. Now, the State of the Union is supposed to be doing that for him. I don't think he can do this for an hour and 15 minutes. The pre-copy I got from the State of the Union seems to be shorter than last year and previous years, especially for Trump, who would go on a little bit longer than most. I think Trump went on for like an hour and 26, 23 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see if Biden rushes through this just to get in, get out, and try to make an appearance, get his B12 shot, and sit down. But I don't foresee him doing well. He doesn't do well during these things, and he blew it in a 2-minute conference, for God's sakes. So it's going to be interesting. Sorry, I got a vehicle detected coming onto my property, and I've got a very state-of-the-art system. And a person with a flashlight. It's Amazon. Hey, Ethy! Let's find out what floor Ethan's on. Hey, thanks so much. We appreciate you. Ethan. Hey, buddy. Hi. Light. Unlock door. Grab package. Come back in. Lock door. Turn off light. I'm watching. Go ahead. I got you. I got you on candid camera. Say hi to the Amazon guy. Ethan, watch out. There's a bear. Nothing. I'm kidding. I was just kidding. You can leave the light on, son. Lock it up. Bring me that box, son. You're the man, man.
Are you on the show?
I am on the show. Oh, this is our new flag. We'll put that up in the morning.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. There's Ethan's hand. You got to come over here this way, son. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
What's up? All right, get out of here. All right, try not to break anything. Thanks, son. You're the best. That's my son, Ethan. We have stalkers. So my son and my daughter and my wife, when they leave the house, I have to watch them leave. And I usually get up and I have my firearm with me because I've got nut jobs who want to hurt my family because I have things to say. It's crazy. I have received so many death threats, I can't even begin to tell you. And, I'm not dumb enough to let that bother me or hinder me, but my family shouldn't be involved in that type of stuff. So, we've got a state-of-the-art system here. We've got infrared. We've got FLIR cameras. They pop at 150 decibels. The sheriff station can actually hear our house if the alarm goes off. I got full motion video. If you step within 100 yards of my property, I know you're here. And then I'm not even going to go into the details if you actually break in what we've got. So needless to say, stalkers, give it up. But that sucks, doesn't it? I mean, you come out to the sticks, you come out to the woods, you come to the safest part of the United States, and you got people threatening you. Give me a break. All right, so going back to Chris Hayes, this has to do with them trying to change the narrative and changing Trump's overall tenure as president from 2017 to 2020. And the reason why is they want to take off that year of COVID, which really impacted his numbers. Because if you take Trump and say he was till 2020, but you give him the numbers up until 2021, they don't make the correlation that his economy was better than Biden's, but because of COVID, ultimately dragged him down. So this is the narrative. I want you to listen to it. This will be the new thing. All the pundits, all the idiots.
As if he just gets his political...
We'll go ahead and do this as usual. Take a listen.
They are trying...
Seriously, Ecamm, you got to get your audio working too. I mean, this is like... You guys, with what I pay you a month, I hate to throw a bus because you guys are usually amazing, but you're starting to tick me off. Not going to lie, the audio breaks up under Safari. You are a Mac product. You should act accordingly. So now I'm getting a little grumpy with Ecamm. So now I got to go over to Chrome, which I don't want to go to Chrome. I just want to use Safari. But no, you guys make my life miserable. You notice how Chrome will work, but Safari won't. Isn't that interesting? All right, here we go. Here's the video, and it will work in Chrome.
A campaign slogan of, they are crying, a campaign slogan of, make America 2019 again. Just listen to Tim Scott celebrating Trump's win last night.
President Trump spoke to the voters today across our country, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, about the future. We have to go back to that future, 2017 to 2020.
Nope, it's not a 3-year term. Not a 3-year term, 2017 to 2020. Trump was president from 2017 to 2021, not 2020. I promise you I was there. And this is the whole game. Donald Trump Republicans want you to chop an entire year off the end of Trump's term.
No.
As if he just gets his political mulligan for the catastrophe that was the end of his presidency. They want you to conveniently ignore the mass unemployment, the disruptions to nearly every aspect of our lives, the freezer trucks packed full of bodies.
So when I say they want the numbers to reflect Trump from 2021, but they don't want to address 2020 numbers before COVID. And so it's a double-edged sword. Of course, Republicans want to shed the mantra of 21, just like Joe Biden wants to shed 21, 22, and 23, and 24. So we can pretend that he doesn't, but he does. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the economy is completely a shit show. There are things in the economy that are halfway decent. Yes, unemployment rate is good, but take a look at Donald Trump's unemployment rate. So people adding jobs to the economy doesn't necessarily mean that more jobs were created. It means that employers feel more secure to hire those jobs. But what you're also not considering is how many people have dropped out of the workforce. I'm one of them. I was in the workforce for 35 years. So, I've been working since I was 12, 13 years old at a golf course, 14 washing dishes, 16 at Jack in the Box, and I've been working ever since. So I'm out of the workforce for the first time in my life by my own choice because I said, screw this. I'm no longer going to be and let the U.S. government decide when I can make money or how I can make money. I can do this from my home, no matter if you lock us down or not. So I just said, I'm leaving the workforce, and I got out. But there's a lot of people who left the workforce simply because they picked up something else to do. They have a skill set that they can provide. Whatever it be, the reason why you look at unemployment and look at the exceptional numbers is because the amount of jobs that we were producing aren't as many as there were before COVID. Now, also look at wages. Yes, wages are up, but you're also considering how many low-paying jobs are not because people can't afford to have those jobs. And those jobs, as we said, ergo, impact the overall unemployment rate. You can look at inflation. Yes, inflation came down, but the valuation of the dollar is still damaged. You printed so much cash. Now, I've jumped on Donald Trump for this. I thought Donald Trump endorsed the lockdowns. Donald Trump gave Dr. Fauci a medal. Okay? Donald Trump, Operation Warp Speed with the vaccine. Completely agree. Donald Trump did not handle COVID to the best of his ability. However, there are some things he did. He took away 432 pieces of regulation that was slowing down as far as medication, experimental testing. He gave funding to these hospitals. He got the PPE stores back. He got the ventilator stores back. Don't you remember what he inherited from Obama and Biden? Let's not be hasty and not tell the truth. We weren't the ones that were paying hospitals depending upon if you got COVID, got diagnosed with COVID, or died from COVID, money. You were giving tens of thousands of dollars for hospitals to go who were dying, and these insurance companies would pay them a stipend, almost a commission based upon diagnosing people with COVID, having them obtain COVID or die from COVID. It's no figure that people would get in a motorcycle accident and COVID would be the cause of death. We can sit here and pretend that all of this wasn't a shit show, but it was. And as we saw in the last part of Donald Trump's presidency, you can look at the first part of Joe Biden's presidency and you look at the year of Donald Trump and the year of Joe Biden. In the first 7 months, Joe Biden clips the amount of deaths that Donald Trump had. Look at the amount of COVID deaths that Donald Trump had versus Joe Biden under their administrations. So if we're going to not, worry about semantics, if we're not going to sit here and actually focus on the details, what you're going to get is this extremely myopic view, which is baked in half-truths. So if the Republicans only want to chop off 2021, well, then let's stop pretending that Donald Trump is responsible for everything that happened under Biden. That's not the way this works. See, this is the two-step shuffle. Tonight in the State of the Union, we're going to see this from Joe Biden. He's going to blame everything on Trump. And the reason why he's going to blame everything on Trump is because there's nothing else he can say. America's not going to buy this. This is exactly what Clinton did, as he blamed Bush for the overall spend that Clinton had to do, and then went ahead and had a surplus as he cut all military bases, military funding. He cut the budget by almost $372 billion, for the defense spending. He closed bases. He shut down construction on ships. He took off Kevlar from each individual unit. He took away armor plating on Humvees. The MRAP vehicles were also stripped down, so IEDs were more deadly than ever before. Can we stop pretending that Bill Clinton had a surplus because of policy? He had surplus because he cut the defensive budget. And then, so what you had there is a situation that after Clinton, you have George Bush Jr., who has to go ahead and resupply and repopulate the United States military during a time when we were attacked because of Clinton's lackadaisical attitude and cutting of funding of intelligence communities. And then Bush Jr. gets blamed. Now, I don't defend Bush Jr. on a lot of stuff, but blaming him for the amount of money he spent is a ridiculous notion, because Obama did the same thing. Donald Trump had to come in and put more money towards the budget than ever before. $1.2 trillion went towards the defense budget in the first 2 years in that pork barrel politics bill. But that also went and impacted our overall ICBM and nuclear deterrence. It went back and put in contracts and closed contracts on the F-35. It went ahead and completed aircraft carrier production and submarine production. All these type of things that Obama neglected for 8 years. So this is the Democrat MO. Cut defense, go ahead and show a false surplus, or go ahead and have money from COVID that was scheduled to be spent, and then COVID was no longer an issue and still isn't, according to the World Health Organization and the CDC. We just saw that last week. And then go ahead and say, well, we have a surplus. We know we had a half a $500 billion scheduled for COVID. So we didn't spend it. We spent it on something else, so therefore it's a surplus. No, that's not the way it works. Once you pay off your credit card, then you max out your credit card again. You didn't save money, you jackass. What you did is you just transferred and robbed Peter to pay Paul. So if this guy's going to sit here and say that that's what Republicans are doing, I agree with him. That is what Republicans are doing. But the Democrats do the exact same thing. You got to call a spade a spade. Joe Biden is going to do exactly what you're accusing Republicans are, but Republicans are almost 4 years posthumous from being in office. They haven't had the White House. You guys had that majority. You could have done these things, as the Republicans could have handled illegal immigration, yet the Uniparty did not want to go ahead and align with Donald Trump, and the same thing is with Biden. So let's call out both sides, right? Let's call a spade a spade. Chris, you may wear a tie and have funny glasses and part your hair to the side, but you don't know shit about shit, and this is why nobody watches your show. And that's okay, because I kind of feel the same way sometimes.
They are trying.
Watches my show. Let's move on.
Campaign slogan of,
anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, please put them in chat. We love to hear from you. Love to have a conversation. If you disagree with what we're saying, you can absolutely go ahead and write it in there. I want the dummies to be respectful. If somebody disagrees, there's nothing wrong with that. Will he try to blame the open border on Trump? Of course, that's been the MO. They've said what they've said is that when you look at Donald Trump was responsible for turning down the proposition of, the Border Funding of Foreign Countries Act. Where they said it was the board. Somebody else do a like or leave a comment here. I want to test this one more time. But that he struck that down and Donald Trump didn't want it. Well, Donald Trump didn't want it because it was billions of dollars to foreign countries, which is not a border policy for the United States. That's And then people are like, oh, well, what's going on is that, they're protecting our border by protecting other borders. And ultimately, it's protecting us by protecting, Israel and Ukraine. Listen, if you guys are going to say that shit, then Mexico paid for the border wall. If you're going to be able to go ahead and draw lines of delineation from what's going on overseas, thousands of miles away from us, and say it's American security, then you better go ahead and say Mexico paid for the wall. And I never want to hear that from Democrats again. Because if I do, it's literally a shit sandwich you guys are going to have to take a bite of. Because here's why. USMCA is net positive. Donald Trump put in USMCA, disregarded NAFTA, renegotiated all trade with Mexico and Canada, didn't get us to a surplus, but got us a hell of a lot better than the billions and billions of dollars in debt that we were. When we look at the tune of how much money that saved, it's northwards of $56 billion. Well, that's going to pay for the wall 10 times over. So don't sit here and tell me that Mexico didn't pay for the wall. Now shut up and finish the wall. If you truly believe that impacting one thing applies to another and you can play that rob Peter to pay Paul game, then USMCA paid for the border wall. So that's it. End of story. It's funded. Pay for it. It already is funded. Donald Trump did his job with executive orders and reappropriated defense spending for that because it is a national defense. See, that's how you do it. You have an appropriations bill, which has the money to fund us for defense. And yes, some of that is giving other people money, Israel money, Jordan money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's Sweden and Norway and Finland, et cetera. But he's taking dollars that are appropriated, U.S. dollars that are not shipped overseas and reinvesting into the U.S. There's nothing more USA about that. Versus you saying, because we give Vladimir Zelensky some money that gets to be laundered and then people get kickbacks, is somehow a benefit to the United States. That dog don't hunt. So there's your answer to your questions. Any other cues? Hold on. All you gotta do is put a Q and note. Some idiot the other day said, oh, he's a QAnon guy because he puts Q. No, it means question. And Q is one of the most least used letters in the alphabet. Okay? That's why. Q1. I thought Spreely was channel 1. We're on channel 2 tonight because it's a 4-hour show. Sarah says Shannon Joy gets the shaft. I don't think so. I've seen Shannon's numbers. Her numbers are fantastic. Shannon and I don't agree on a lot of things, just to be honest. I like her enough. She's a nice lady. We just don't agree. I don't think she's being throttled. You think she's being throttled more on Rumble than I am? She gets a lot of interaction. So I don't know. But that's what happens when you're pretty. Wish I could be pretty. Q, who is giving the Republican response to the SOTU? Oh, that's an interesting one. Who is giving the Republican response to the SOTU? Whew. Nikki Haley. No. Who is doing it? Byron Daniels would be cool. Let's find out. This is a really good question. Who is giving the Republican response to the SOTU? It's not going to be Johnson. Katie Britt. Woman. Katie Britt. I'll bring it in here. Archie Purdy. That's good. Katie Britt. Senator. Alabama Republican Senator to give State of the Union address. There we go. That'll be good. That'll be good, right? Next video. This again, MSNBC. And what's funny is MSNBC, sorry about that, is supposed to be one of the somewhat, left, but balanced. Unless you're watching Rachel Madcow. They have just been absolutely crazy. I've done 3 or 4 clips of them this week. And they're just going nutso. I'm trying to see if I have any other questions. Was RFK Jr. on the primary ballots for Democrats? I didn't see that in those states, which is interesting because he's an independent. So he doesn't have to be brought in the same way as Republicans and Democrats. Really, that's the general election. And he has to get a certain percentage of the polling numbers in order to make the debates and second get on the ballots. I think it's something like he has to poll 7%, something to that effect. So in a general, it doesn't really matter. So does that make sense? She'd be in a primary. Doesn't matter. Who is the sole survivor not in the SOTU address tonight? That's a good one. I know they did pick the sole survivor. Designated survivor, not the sole survivor, designated survivor. Let's find out. Geez, you guys, good questions tonight. You think I would have anticipated this? Such a failure. Let's find out the designated survivor. I think it's going to be a diverse hire. Anybody want to bet? Guarantee it. Designated survivor tonight. Who's Biden? Designated survivor. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She's from Canada. Yep, I remember her. And then Michael Regan. EPA Administrator Michael Regan. Oh, what'd I tell you? They're going to pick the white girl. Bet you $100. So there you go. Michael Regan. I wouldn't be shocked. No problem. It's my pleasure to answer questions. I love answering questions. I like it when you guys get involved. It makes the night go by faster. Let's see. Next one. This one's interesting. I am not a fan of this lady. And I haven't been a fan of her. They are calling to treat Trump essentially like a hostile enemy nation, almost. Take away his clearance.
How long did he go without seeing Trump's?
Oh, this pisses me off. They've got to fix this. They have got to fix it. Is there any echoing in the audio, y'all, or is it okay? Let me know. Let me know. All right, here we go. Watch this.
This also gets down to who's in control of the race. Donald Trump isn't in control of himself. Not what he tweets, not what he truths, not what he says. So Donald Trump's going to be what Donald Trump's going to be. Not a lot of no self-regulation, no ideas, no agenda. They'll just be tactics, each one more audacious than the other. The only person in charge of his destiny is Joe Biden. And I suggested last time Charlie was here that he roll out a constitutional amendment capping the maximum age. Constitution speaks to youth. It doesn't speak to age because people didn't live that long. He can take control of the age issue if he wants to. He can take.
Yeah, that's not true. First of all, this lady is dumb as dog shit. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't say that. That is not cool to dogs. She is dumb as monkey shit. And in order to propose a constitutional amendment, you need 2/3 majority. It takes 66% to propose an amendment and to, well, not to propose, but to pass. So you're talking about an effort in futility because you're not going to get 66% of anything to agree in the House or the Senate. The second thing is to remove an amendment, you need 75%, a 3/4 majority. A lot of people don't understand that. And it's harder to remove an amendment than propose and pass an amendment. The reason why is because they wanted it that way. They wanted amendments to come in because there were times that the parties would not agree and both sides would be differentiating between each other. But it felt a 2/3 majority solidified something that was truly important for the states and for the United States of America, that a 2/3 majority would happen simply by osmosis because it was necessary. But the 3/4, they wanted to ensure that a larger House, larger Senate didn't usurp the power of the people by removing an amendment. So for her to sit here and say, oh, Joe Biden should just propose an amendment. Joe Biden isn't responsible for creating legislation. That's not his job. His job is to enforce the laws of the United States. The people who create legislation are, the legislators, the Congress, the House, and the Senate. And then obviously the state and local governments. The people who interpret the law, we understand this, are the judges, unless you're district court in Washington, D.C., but that's neither here nor there. And Joe Biden's responsibility is to enforce those laws and take the money provided by the House and the Senate to use executive order to cut the red tape and throw out the bureaucracy of the states and the federal government to make sure that the sovereignty of our country is protected and our borders are protected, period, full stop. So if I heard us sit here and say, oh yeah, Joe Biden should just propose a constitutional, yeah, lady, and if my grandmother had balls, she'd be my grandfather. Give me a break. Nice hair, though. Very Farrah Fawcett-y.
Control of what you said in the break, and I don't know if you want to say it on TV, but this idea of people think Trump is strong. I mean, people think axe murderers have a lot of arm strength too, but they still do a tremendous amount of bloody damage. And the idea of portraying yourself as strong is about the fights you pick and the way you wage them.
And if Biden...
What the fuck did you just say? I haven't listened to this clip. No wonder why it's all over Twitter. Sorry for the language. I apologize for any children listening saying, let's listen to Matt and see if we can learn something about the Constitution and our politics. I don't know why you're from England, but crikey, he just said fuck. At least I'm not doing my New England. Australian deck sealant. That's right. All the cards came over and played on my dick this summer, and they all had a good time too. Sometimes my dick gets dick splinters, and it hurts. At one point, my dick was all worn out and chafed. That's Bob. His wife plays on my dick all the time. She has a thumping good time. Get Australian's dick sealant. And if you've got a hole you can't fux, go ahead and get Australian's cock. For those extra size holes, you can get Australian deck sealant African style cock. You got a hole you can't fix? Stick some black cocks in it. Ah! Australian deck sealant. Don't put it on your penis. If you haven't seen the commercial, go to YouTube and type in Australian deck sealant and then come back and be like, Matt, you are my hero. A lot of people say in person I sound just like that guy. And there it is.
Here's where Biden, and frankly, President Obama had a little bit of the same problem sometimes. He was so conscious of the office and what went with it.
Which is a beautiful problem. They revere,
They revere the office. They don't want to do anything that would tarnish how the office is perceived by the American people. Well, Biden's got a different problem than Obama had. The guy that was here before trashed it. He had political rallies on the lawn. He had
his convention at the White House.
Oh, is that like the time that they shook ass and put the transvestites that flashed their boobs? Is that like the time that they went ahead and did anal sex in one of the anterooms? Oh no, that doesn't count. Oh, because I thought taking in the ass in a Capitol building seemed a little bit much, but he had a political rally, which he didn't. Whatever.
House.
It was crazy the way he politicized everything, the norms that were blown up, bringing people in and showing them things they shouldn't have seen in terms of foreign.
Like cocaine? Was it like cocaine, or did they have their dog bite everybody? Oh, that would have been fun. Hey, thanks for the donation. Not sure who it is, but we'll make sure you get some love. Thank you so much for that donation. I just saw it come through. Let's watch this while I go look it up.
Leaders. So Biden can't treat Trump like he's normal. Biden has to treat him like he is somebody that he's in a street fight with. And that doesn't come naturally to Joe Biden. Joe Biden, how long did he go without saying Trump's name? Now, he's gotten over that. Yeah. He's gotten over that, but he's got to take it to the next level. He needs to be on his front foot. He needs to be the aggressor. He needs to say absolutely not, no briefings. As long as you're under indictment for violating the secrets of this country, you do not get briefings. If you don't like it, pound sand.
I love that, pound sand.
And then some back on the beach by your multi-million-dollar, gold-gilded golf club.
So, multi-million-dollar. I thought it was only worth $14 million. Oh, I'm sorry. Cold hard facts. Whatever. These people. Thank you so much, Brian. Donated $26.25. That helps. Every bit helps. We aren't paid by anybody. We have some commercials on YouTube and Facebook and Rumble and stuff, but that really is not really huge. So we appreciate it. That helps when you buy a t-shirt or buy a hat or something like that, or you donate, and you can do that by going to Link Tap Go. One of my beautiful mods will put that in for you, and they do a great job, and they help us out. Link Tap Go / The Dumb Show. You can donate there, and then I'll go ahead and say something nice to you. You can also tip on there, and then I don't have to enter it. But if you donate, that goes to PayPal, and then I will be more than happy to do that for you. What else we got? So here's what it comes down to. And let's just be as transparent as we can. That was one of the dumbest nonsensical rants I've ever heard. And there it is. See the red? Ecamm? Fix it. That is one of the most nonsensical rants I've ever heard. He did stuff and did some things that were really not nice, and they were so big and round and veiny and just, The reason why this is so laughable at this point, Glenn, knock it off, is because they don't have anything else. Once you've called someone a white supremacist, xenophobic, homophobic, racist, Nazi, Klan member, orange orangutan, insurrectionist, where else do you go? A meanie head? He's a macaroni noodle butt. And they wind up sounding like a bunch of idiots. Nana nana boo boo, stick your head in doo doo. I'm much better than you do. You've already said the worst things. You've impeached him twice. You've spied on his campaign. You wiretapped his office. You put spies from the FBI into his office. Do we want to talk about Strzok and Page? Do we want to talk about Brennan and Comey and the intelligence agencies performing a coup d'etat in the United States? You don't remember? Why do you think they all retired? Do we want to talk about that? If anyone thinks that they have not tried absolutely every single thing that they can against Donald Trump, what else do you have but nana nana boo boo, stick your head in doo doo? You don't have much else. So you're going to try everything, because remember, when you have Adolf Hitler running for president of the United States, what would you not do to stop him? And this is the fear that people have, including myself, that they are going to do something so freaking terrible because they've already tried everything else. Tums, folks. Dumb Tums. Make some money doing that. So when you've already said all the most horrible and horrific things you can think of, what else do you have? We make fun of Joe Biden, no doubt. People make fun of his mental faculties because he doesn't have any. We make fun of his gaffes. We make fun of him for little things like, oh, I don't know, just some of his quotes. Because, you can make fun of Donald Trump, but it's amazing. They don't have any really racist quotes from Trump. Of course, they have the border thing about illegals and rapists. Yeah, but that's not what he said. You have to play the full clip. You won't. Also, real fine people on both sides. I like them Yankees are real fine people. That's not what he said. If you would have shut up and listened for 15 seconds and not cut the tape, you would have heard where he called out racism and called out against it and Nazis and white supremacists, but you didn't listen to that. Brian says Trump and MAGA sucks 2024. Real good, Brian. Yes. Thanks, Brian. We love guys like you who come in here and leave your one sentence and do your flybys. And why don't you come on the show? Tell me why he sucks. Tell me why Trump and MAGA sucks. Just let us know. And if you can do me a favor and not say the word racist, homophobic, here he goes. Trump, okay, you're gone. See, dude, you're a putz. I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance in the spotlight. I gave you a chance, and all you can think of is Trump and MAGA are losers. See, the problem with you, Brian, is that you're probably going, holy shit, this guy's talking to me. None of these people talk to me. I troll everywhere. I do this all day as I beat off to the JCPenney catalog, eat top ramen, and go ahead and pound a Snickers bar where I play World of Warcraft. And you're shocked that someone's talking to you. I'm giving you a chance. This is your third response. What is it going to be? Is it going to be unique? Are you going to say something profound? Are you going to say something that's going to shock me to my core? Or are you going to say, you suck, dude? Because obviously I don't, because you won't come on. But I'm going to give you the link anyway. Here it is. You can come on the show. I would ask you to change your shirt. You can't take a shower. We don't have enough time, but you can change your shirt. So now that you're out of shock that I'm talking to you, because nobody will, right? No host. I'm the only host that does this on the internet. I actually communicate with my guys and girls. I'm waiting for you. And yes, it's guys and girls. There's nothing in between, bro. I know, Brian. Dude, do me a favor. It's still not too late for you. You want a vagina? It's simple. Go ahead and hold your nose, and at the same time, put 2 things in your ear to plug them and blow as hard as you can. And I promise you'll get what you want. It's a proven scientific fact. As much as a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. Are you coming on, Brian? I'm waiting for you, dude. Come on, Brian. Don't be like everyone else. Don't be a complete twat waffle. Show up. He ran. God. I just like to meet one of these liberals who have some spine. Just one of them. What's so hard about getting on and having a conversation with somebody? All you gotta do is just say, I disagree. I don't agree with you. Okay, great. What? Oh, here he goes. Biden, 15 million jobs more. What's the overall amount of jobs in the United States versus 2019, Brian? Go. Get it, Brian. Get it, Brian. Come on. Come on. How many more jobs in 2019, Brian? Are you telling me the job market is larger today than it was in 2019? Let me know. Let me know. Hurry up, Brian. Do you have the stat? Do you have this? 15 million more jobs. The president of the United States created 15 million jobs. In what sector? Which piece of legislation impacted that? Was it the supposed infrastructure bill when he was supposed to run fiber optic cable all over the United States? That didn't take place. So were those the jobs? Was it the roadway and bridges? He didn't do that. Any oil pipelines that he opened back up? Was it textile? Did major businesses come back to the United States like they did under Trump? I don't remember that. Please tell me which jobs. And by the way, the job market, how many people have just simply left the job market in the last 3 years? Can you tell me that from 2019? I'll tell you what, it's a hell of a lot more than 15 million. Economy up. Yeah. You believe the economy's up. In which way? There are certain indicators. I've already covered that, Brian, but you didn't watch the show. You just came on and started trolling. I already gave Joe Biden props. I gave him props overall on unemployment. I gave him props on wages, but that's a false number. Because if you actually look at the average family and their savings, people are spending $3,700 more a year on things like food and energy and gas, on textiles, on taxes on their homes. People aren't able to get into homes like they used to. Look at the average house sale. 27% more than it was in 2019, just to go ahead and get a loan because the Fed has increased the interest rates. The average prices of home in some places, particularly some of the safest in the country, are up 127 to 212% in price. My house I got for $630,000. It's worth $1.1 million right now. So Brian, I'm not sure what your whole barometer is here. Are you saying the dollar can go further today than it did in 2019? Because that's not true. We know that's not true. So what do you mean? Is it good for the stock market? Yeah, but Donald Trump had more stock market increase than Joe Biden ever has. See, when you look at Joe Biden versus 2019 and the gap and getting it back to normal to where the stock market is, he only increased the stock market by 1,700. Donald Trump inherited it when it was floating between 12 and 14,000, got it up to sub 27, 28, dropped during COVID and lost the bottom out. And when he left office was moving into the northward direction. I'm not sure what you're saying. The stock market's on a bubble. And if you believe that that translates to the everyday person who doesn't have a 401k or stocks like I do or you do, it doesn't. And that's the areas of the country that need the most help. Brian, are you going to come on or are you just going to sit here and jerk me off? Because your one sentence jumping of topics just to try to get my goat, you're not going to do it. You're not good enough. Stocks under Biden are not better. It's not true. The gap of growth between Donald Trump and his inherited from Obama show a 12% overall, 12 times more effective and increased than Joe Biden. Joe Biden has had a very minimal rise in the stock market. In fact, Obama was better than Biden by far. The increase between Obama and his term, and Donald Trump in his term, and Biden is sucking hind tit. I think ranked out of presidents, he's in the modern day history, is sucking hind tit in 7th place. So to sit here and say it's better under Biden, sure, it got back to normal and he has increased it. So therefore it's a record stock market, but that increase isn't indicative of the trend that it was on under Donald Trump. This is why when Donald Trump went ahead and took office, the stock market was this and then went to this. If you just look it up, you can see it, but you refuse to because you don't want to admit anything. And here's the thing. I've said, 7 or 8 positive things about Joe Biden. If you said one thing positive about Donald Trump, well, then that shows you're just an entrenched troll. I have no problem calling out Biden's successes. I have no problem saying that he inherited a shit show with COVID, and so did Donald Trump. If you're going to say in 2019 that Donald Trump did not have a revolutionary economy that was absolutely setting trends in the United States for 75 plus years since the Great Depression, you're lying. And the reason you're lying is because you don't watch anything else other than CNN. So you would never have that stat. But the difference is I don't watch CNN or Fox. I go ahead and do the things that I should do, which is look at my own portfolio, and I can recognize the ebbs and flows based upon the investments that I make. And then I can tell you why, because it was money in or out of my pocket. But my growth and my overall dividends and returns were exponentially better under Donald Trump than Joe Biden. And if you really believe what you're saying, then show me your portfolio and I'll show you mine. I'll pull it up right now for you. I'll show you my stocks in Apple and Comcast. That's the only 2 I have invested in. And why? Because I worked for both. What does your portfolio look like? 401k, mutual funds of Omaha? Yeah, I bet. But Brian, all you gotta do is come on and you can have this conversation live. Typical mogger, loser, peace. You know what that means? I suck. I got my fucking ass kicked. I don't know what to do. I can't come on. This guy is blowing me out of the fucking water because he's giving me everything I want. He's saying that Biden's done things right, but he's also saying things that I didn't know about Trump because honestly, I'm just a one-dimensional myopic fuckhead. That's what that means. See ya. Peace, hippie. Welcome to the Dumb Show. Nana nana boo boo, stick your head in doo doo. I'm better than you do. Next. Charles
The reason
Chuck
I think the Democratic
Barkley.
Party.
Oh, Charles Barkley. Oh, yeah. And Joe and insulin. That's a good one, Amy. Yeah. You know, basically when he just let it expire under Trump's policy and said, we're going to reinstitute that and I'm going to rename it and I'm going to go ahead and take credit for it. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah. Folks, you can donate to the Dumb Show if you want. Real simple. Link tap go /the Dumb Show. Helps out, gives us a way to keep funding the show and keep showing up. It is absolutely free to watch our show. We will never ask anyone to pay. If you can't, if you do have a few extra and you want to go ahead and help the show and keep the lights on, this is how you do it. But we're going to be just fine. We've got a lot of great people who have invested in this show, and it is all of our listeners. It is 100% funded by our listeners, from purchasing of our shirts to going and donating to showing up every night and watching religiously. We appreciate you. I wish that guy would have shown up. Collective Genius, nice back GRT. Nice back, great. Huh? What? I didn't understand. Here we go. Going to go ahead and show this. One more video. Charles Chuck Barkley. Here it is.
Obviously, I'm only speaking for myself. The reason I think the Democratic Party and Mr. Biden, President Biden, is losing black votes is they only care about black people every 4 years. They come into our neighborhoods and say, we're going to make stuff better. We're going to do this, do this, do this. And then finally, us black people are like, man, other than my ability to dunk a basketball, all my neighborhoods are still the same. Our schools are still the same. And that's why I think black people are leaving disappointed in the Democratic Party, because I ain't gonna lie. I voted Democratic every time just because I thought it was gonna help black people and poor people. Because black people and poor white people, they're in the same boat. And like, I didn't care who the president was, I'm not gonna lie, but I only voted Republican one time in my life, and that was for John Kasich, and I didn't even know he couldn't win. But then I'm starting to look like, man, I understand why black people are leaving, want to vote for somebody else, because every 4 years they come into our neighborhood and say, man, we're gonna make things better for you. When Donald Trump compares his plight with that of the black person, that is what I had a problem with.
Collective Genius says Matt is an asshole. Yeah, they're great. True. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I can be. There's no doubt. Don't know what else to say. Genius, I can't say the same about you because I don't even know who you are. I've seen you here before, but I don't know who you are. So, don't know what to tell you.
Now, I do want to say this. I want to make it perfectly clear. If you're a black person and you're wearing a Donald Trump mugshot, you are.
You guys love Charles Barkley, do you? Oh, sweet. Merry Christmas. Enjoy this.
Freaking idiot. And I'm only saying freaking idiot because they won't let me say what I really want to say. But you can figure it out. It starts with an F.
So what he said after that, it's interesting that all the people are like, oh yeah, he's so right. He's so right. It's amazing how right he is when we, red flash, how right he is when we agree with him. But do you hear what he said after that? I left it off purposely. He said if he saw somebody with a MAGA hat on, a black person, he would walk up and punch them square in the face. Now, how do you feel? Well, here's the thing, is that I'm not going to attack Charles Barkley because he said this is my opinion, and he's entitled to that, and I have nothing else to say. He has every right. Will you be quiet? Mom is not here. What do you want? Come here. Get over here. What do you want? Hey. Ethan, pay attention to the cat, please. It doesn't matter what he says. He doesn't like Donald Trump supporters. He doesn't like black Donald Trump supporters. And who cares? Good. He has that opinion. But this is the problem, is everybody wants to crucify him. The black community wants to crucify him for him to call out and saying and supporting that they're voting for other people. And then the white community wants to crucify him because he said he wants to punch Donald Trump supporters in the face. There's a few Donald Trump supporters I want to punch in the face. There's definitely a lot of Joe Biden supporters I want to punch in the face. Who cares? He has every right to say that. And I don't listen to Charles Barkley any more than I listen to Shaquille O'Neal. But I'll tell you what, Shaquille O'Neal is a hell of a lot better of a person. Shaquille O'Neal does more for the African-American community than Charles Barkley ever has. Shaquille O'Neal is one of the kindest, most gentle, loving people I've ever seen. And he amazes me. He is the Keanu Reeves of the NBA. I have no problem with Shaq. And honestly, I don't have any problem with Charles Barkley because I don't give a shit. He's not relevant. He is a bloated old man who played a sport and got millions and millions of dollars. What the fuck does he know? And I am a white old man, slightly puffy at times. Cheeks aren't what they used to, but you get that way when you get older, and I can make excuses. I don't know what I'm talking about all the time. There's nothing wrong with that. So if he wants to say he wants to punch somebody in the face, good. At least he's not out there doing it. At least he's not out there rioting. At least he's not setting shit on fire. At least he's not shooting cops. Charles Barkley's just unhappy. And he thinks that black MAGA supporters are stupid for supporting Trump. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I don't know why we get so upset at things that we have no control over. And I'll tell you one thing I've learned in this show over 3 years is that you got to let some shit go. You just got to let it go. If you keep holding on to this stuff, you're going to pop. Just got to let it go. Got to Anna and Elsa that thing. So do I like what Charles Barkley said? I don't care what Charles Barkley says. I'll tell you this. I've got one MAGA hat. And it's not red, it's not white. It is camo and it's got black MAGA on it. Make America Great Again. And if I'm wearing that outside and he wants to punch me, well, then bring it on, old man. Bring it on. I'll break your fucking hip. Or I'll go down trying. But what does that matter? It doesn't. Because Donald Trump punching every black person who's wearing a MAGA hat isn't going to eliminate MAGA in this country. It's going to give you more MAGA black supporters. Because they're going to look at people like Charles Barkley and go, why are you punching people? Why are you being like Brian from YouTube? Why are you coming in and saying insults and then running away like a little biznatch? Like a little child. I'm going to throw dog poop at your house. Great. But in the end, you got to wake up to yourself in the morning. You got to look at yourself in the mirror and still hate what you see in the morning. You could at least have some self-respect and come on here and make an argument. Say all those things. Disagree. Tell me why I'm wrong. But you can't. Because this takes a particular set of skills that you don't possess. It's not hard. It's not hard to come out and make an argument. But here's the thing. The reason why most people don't come on, I am going to make a rug out of you. I already told you to come here. You can sit on my lap, Yen. Damn cat. So it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the scheme of things. You can say anything you want in this country and it's fine unless you go out and do it. And if Charles Barkley doesn't like MAGA supporters, then great. He doesn't have to. But you have a chance to make an argument. Collective, please don't. You know what? You've got to be Chav. And I don't want to ban you, dude. So can you just stop being an idiot and tell me what you want? Because I'm reading this stuff and you're giving me a freaking headache. It's like my cat. What do you want to say? I'm an asshole. What else? Get it off your chest, dude. We can root this back to your parents. Lay down. What did they do to you? Did they not cuddle with you enough? Do I remind you of your father? What is it? Just tell me. Let's get it out. Let's get it taken care of now so you can move on and just enjoy the show. But why do you put yourself through the torture? Bet it's Chav. There's that. All right, let's keep going. We're doing well. Next topic. Why do the left always want to resort to violence? I think most people who can't win an argument based on facts, and this is my point, if you can't argue your point, it's not that you're bad at arguing, it's that you have an indefensible or untenable situation, that you're frustrated, that you want to argue it, but you're incapable because the facts don't support what you're saying. So you result to name calling and result to physical violence. And this happens on the right and left. This happens all the time. It's happened, man. I can't begin to tell you how many Trump supporters attack me and they think I'm a rhino because I don't say every single thing lockstep with Donald Trump. And you're a neocon. They don't even know what neocon means. Have fun with that. All right, genius. Go fuck yourself. See you later. Bye-bye. So you just, there are people who are designed to have a conversation, and then there's people who don't have that capability, so they lash out in another way. They lash out with their words. They lash out with their attitude. They lash out with trying to pick on who you are, what your makeup is, because let's face it, they don't have the capability to have that conversation. So they don't know what to do. So what do? They resort to the basic, most myopic thing that they can remember that takes little value and little investment, which is to insult, to be a 2-year-old. And I have no problem insulting people. I do it all the time on this show. I love it. I love to get down and lowbrow and knuckle-dragging humor. I love dick and fart jokes. I would rather do that than sit here and try to encourage people to say something or to have dialogue. I would rather just get into just trash talk. But I don't. And it always takes somebody first. It's called first blood, man. You drew first blood, not me. That's Arnold. But John Rambo, man, you drew first blood, not me, buddy. You come in here swinging and call me an asshole. I'm going to let you say your thing. And then if you keep doing it, you're going to go away. Because I don't need you. You don't add any value to the conversation. All you do is give a quick smile to some people, and they may laugh and go, oh, damn, that was quick-witted as I thrash you. And then I didn't take anything away. You didn't take anything away. And we're right back where we started. The show says don't unfriend me. It says don't be an incapable dick. Me? That's not what it says. It says don't unfriend me. It means let's not do that. Let's not ban each other. Let's not defriend each other. But it says don't unfriend me. It doesn't say anything about you. It's like the guy who claimed he had a PhD today and then resulted in insults and made homophobic references, made hateful comments about women, bragged that he was a multi-millionaire, that he had PhDs, but he wouldn't come on the show and defend himself. Called me stupid, knuckle dragger, baby killer, all this. But when I said, oh, that's great, why don't you come on the show and have a conversation? Can't do it. This is the problem, is that this form of communication is a dying thing. We don't talk anymore. We text. We don't go over to each other's houses. We send a DM. We don't take pictures together. We use apps to put pictures of our friends together and change the way it looks. We don't necessarily cook and create amazing meals. We use filters to make that turkey look that golden orange hue that it's supposed to look like out of the oven, when really it's a burnt, dilapidated mess. We don't bother to get our hair done and do it right or go tan anymore or go work out at the gym because there's a filter for that. There's so many things that make us who we're not. We forgot who we are. And the form of communication of just having dialogue without taking it personal, of letting someone say something obnoxious and stupid and letting them get away with it and simply redirecting the question. But the problem is that when people feel stupid, they attack. And I'm one of them. I don't like to feel dumb. I don't like to feel that way at all. And other people don't either. So when we're having that conversation and we're trying to communicate things, maybe exacerbating the situation by pointing out somebody's stupidity isn't the way to get to them. Because here's the thing, you're never going to change anyone unless they like you. And I find that more of my trolls try to seek my approval than anything else. And if they would just shut up for a second and say the following words, you know what? Can we start over? Can we reset? And usually those are the ones that last a long time. And then you got the people like Chav who've been coming here for 3 years and literally cannot shut up for 5 seconds without saying something racist, sexist, or completely stupid. And you can get away with a lot here. Just imagine how bad he must be. It's always something with those people. Always. All right, folks. Another video. First, Matt, did you at least get 10 comments from him? Oh, yeah, dude, all the time. That's the only way to do it. I think I got 46 from him before he popped smoke. And see, that's they don't even know. That's all I'm doing. I'm just getting you to contribute and talk more so I can just market to your Facebook feed with your friends because I pay for ads. So what I do is that when you give me more than 10 comments, you become a fan. And when you become a fan, your friends list opens up to me because you've interacted. And then I just market to them. And the people who hate you, who think you're just a granola, vegan, annoying piece of shit, and they don't have the chance to tell you, and they just literally have like silenced you for the last 3 years and don't follow you anymore because all you do is post apolitical, one-sided BS that's just a bunch of crap and they're sick of talking to you. Yeah, I go get those people to come follow my page. So trolls, please. I love it. I love when you guys stop by. Without you, I wouldn't even be close to where I'm at. So thank you. You humble me. Trolls are good for business. They're always good for business. All right. Next video, we've got Charles Barkley done. Hey, you know what? We're at the top. We're at 8:30. We're getting close. Do a quick commercial break for the Documents of Freedom. Folks, we are out of the Documents of Freedom. You can still purchase them. You're on for the second order. We're not going to actually ship them out until like the 21st. But if you have not got your Documents of Freedom, now is the time. We have sold over 100 of these things. They're fantastic. Watch this quick video. We'll be right back with more Don't Unfriend Me. Hey, what's going on, Don't Unfriend Me Nation? Matthew Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me podcast. It's interesting. I've had these books for, 3 years now, and I've got, 3 independent books of the Declaration, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution of the United States that I inherited from my mother. Leather-bound, beautiful, and they're older books, 1935, 1937, something to that effect. I'll show them on the show, but people see me reference these nightly on the show. And the interesting thing is I've never really put two and two together. We have a website, and someone asked last night, hey, how the heck do I get those books? Where do I get those books? And it dawned on me that I should provide these. So they are now on sale. They're beautiful books. They're leatherette books. They're hardback, which is nice. They don't have a dust cover or anything. I've used these, like I said, ad nauseum, and they hold up and they stand the test of time. They've got pictures of the framers, founders, inside the books. They make references with different colors to kind of explain things in a little bit of a simpler way or give some context. But these books, word for word, are the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence. They are absolutely stunning. You get each book individually for $15.99 over at thedumbshow.com. We also have a bundle over there where you can save $5 on all three for $44.99. And last but not least, the pictures you've just been looking at and the video is the Documents of Freedom, custom made by PFC Flags, comes in an amazing, beautiful, decorative box for $64.99. Stop by thedumbshow.com and take a look. They're available right now. Hey, what's going on, Don't Unfriend Me Nation? Matthew Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me podcast. Thanks, everybody, for taking a part in that. I got a video for you. We're going to watch this real quick. This lady, you guys remember the crazy lady that I did the show on, who was cussing and yelling and screaming at Trump
guess
supporters?
What?
This lady is freaking awesome. I love her. I'd kill to have her on the show. Go ahead and watch this real quick.
I hate my life. I want to die. Oh my God, this world is so corrupt. I hate you. I'm leaving the United States. I know that's what y'all liberals is crying about this morning, ain't you? Because you fools really thought that our honorable Supreme Court justices was going to take Donald Trump off of the ballot. You guys are stupid. Y'all, the mental health is real here in America, because anybody who thought that was going to happen was a damn fool. Okay? A real fool. And now y'all crying. But let me tell y'all something. Good is always going to prevail over evil. Okay? Remember it, write it down, take a picture. It is always going to prevail. Okay? So guess what? Go to CVS. They have a special right now on toilet tissue. You get 12 rolls for $8. Okay? Go do that, because guess what? Y'all gonna be crying. Trump 2024, bitches.
You know what? I appreciate when somebody can, the red. I appreciate it when somebody can, hold their composure till the end. And there's nothing wrong with saying bitches. It's more of a Dave Chappelle thing. It's not disrespect. We get so upset with words, like when whatever that douche plow's name was who called me an asshole. I am an asshole. I've been an asshole my whole life. Not really. That's not true. I was a wimp. When I was in high school, I used to get beat up a lot. Then I grew up. Then I went to 6'4", 225. Nobody fucks with me. Never did after that. Got out of the military, learned a few things, and nobody messes with me. But I had a mouth, and I couldn't back it up, and it'd get me in trouble. So I shut up, and I listened, and I learned. And once I was able to back it up, I started talking some more. But there's no doubt in my mind, I have moments of being a complete jerk. We all make mistakes. We're all fallible. We're all sinners. There's nobody's perfect. We all, during a certain situation, a certain time, under a certain event, could be considered to be assholes. There's nobody who's not. So it doesn't bother me, So we take things so personal. And there are some things that tick me off, but certainly not that. It's like, yeah, water's wet, sky's blue. An interesting video. And the interesting thing is that you saw two different dichotomies. You saw a person who is African-American who is not happy with Trump, and then you saw an African-American who is happy with Trump. And there is no difference between the two. But this is gold, and this will carry us through probably to the top of the hour. This is AOC. She's mad, yo. She hella mad. And the reason why is because no matter what takes place, the left will always eat their own. Always. And on a long enough timeline, the left will come after themselves. And they've always done this. Is that when there's no one left to hate, you hate thy neighbor. When there's no one left to love, you hate everyone. And the left are very good at this. And you see them go after each other. Look at the LGBTQ community. Look at the LGB community. They're not big fans of the TQ, RSP, SPI, two spirit. They're like, no, this is our movement. What are you doing? And they turn against each other. They don't like each other. You have a very big gap between the homosexual community and the African-American community, and they should. Every African-American I've ever talked to, I ask them this question. How do you feel that it literally took 20 to 25 years for homosexuals to be fully accepted and celebrated in the United States, and African-Americans are still fighting for that struggle? That is the most... Every single person I've ever I ain't touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. That's the answer I always get. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Not a chance. Ever. And the reason why is because it's a question that should be asked. Why are African Americans still fighting to be recognized where it doesn't have to be a month and it doesn't have to be a special day and it doesn't have to be the same people in history? Martin Luther King, Mandela, Maya Angelou, Frederick Douglass, which they don't do anymore, Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman, Ray Charles, Jimi Hendrix, and that's it. But you don't hear about the Buffalo Soldiers. You don't hear about the Tuskegee Airmen. You don't hear about the people who truly made changes in jazz and music. I don't hear much about Miles Davis. I don't hear much about Blind Doug Fulton. I don't hear much about Fab Five Freddy. I don't hear anything about KRS-One. There are so many things to celebrate that we only celebrate what we're comfortable with. But talking about the true revolutionaries, the things that make us uncomfortable, we avoid. That's Black History Month. You want to do Black History Month? Do it right. Stop making it a month and just make it a part of everyday conversation. It's not that hard. But that's not just white people that need to do it. It's black people as well. Yeah, Richard Pryor is great. Hell, Eddie Murphy, I don't hear. Delirious is one of the greatest ever made. We have a responsibility to stop making it about black and white and brown. Who cares? Does anyone know a Nazi? I don't know any. I've never met one in high school, but they were all fake. But do you know a Nazi? Do you know an Antifa person? Do you actually know a transgender person? Well, then why the fuck do you care? Pardon the language. But why do you care? Because they're trying to... No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not. They don't know you. They don't care about you. Now, when it comes to our kids, hands off. Stay away. But otherwise, I don't care. Let me ask you a question. If Mormons knocked on your door, what would you do? You slam the door. Well, if a bunch of transgender people walked up to the door and they started talking to you, you slam the door in their face too? I would. Get the fuck off my property. Why are you here? I don't want to talk to you. And if Christians come up here, hi, we're just want to get the hell off my property. We already believe in God. We already donated. We're already Republicans. Unless you're selling Girl Scout cookies that are made in the U.S., pound sand, get out of here. Hell yes, KRS-One and Fab Five. Shit, man, we ain't even done. You got to go to the DOC. Let's give some white rappers some love other than frickin' Vanilla Ice and M. Let's go to Third Base, boys from Brooklyn. Let's go to the Beastie Boys. Dude, Third Base is one of the most... And an opposite of Third Base, who has direct ties, Digital Underground. Sex Packets, one of the best albums ever made. Hands down. And I'm not talking about the Humpty Dance, for God's sakes. I will apologize for the cuss words because I've said I would try to do better, and I am. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much that we don't learn because we're afraid of it. Black people don't want to be white, folks. I'm sorry. And let's be honest, white people don't want to be black. Because if you asked a black person, hey, would you want to be white for a day? I don't know what the answer would be. I've never asked that question, but I know what mine is. Fuck no. No, I've been in my buddy Chevelle as a black kid, gotten pulled over by white police. I got to see it firsthand. No, I'm good. I'm good being white. Thank you. I'll take my white privilege card. Thank you very much. Because unless you're blind, and although white privilege is a complete DEI bullshit thing, because what it does is devalues the quality of work of white people, black people, brown people, and bases it on the color of their skin. That's the bullshit. But if you think there's not people who treat white people better than black people, you're insane. You're just an idiot. Sorry. I have seen it firsthand in retail, and I will tell you, every time a black kid walked in, I watched him up and down like a fucking hawk. I'm sorry. I did. Because we always got robbed by black people. I'm sorry. I lived in those areas. I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the barrio. I went to Ventura High. I didn't go to Buena. I didn't go to the cocaine and white guys and the socias and the greasers. I was the greasers. I was the white boy who went to a black and Hispanic school. Yeah. Imagine how that went over. Holy crap. Only thing that saved my ass is my dad was a golf pro and he worked with all the amigos and they didn't touch me. There's little Miklo. Mateo. I was untouchable. Because my dad was the boss. And my dad treated them with respect. Illegal, legal, didn't matter who they were. He gave them jobs and he took care of them. That's what my dad did. My dad, I don't have a lot of positive things to say about my dad. That was the one thing. He was always good to the amigos. And back then it was different. Reagan was in charge. He wanted all the illegals we could get. But now, today, it's different. It's a different world. But we're afraid to admit what's true, is that we like being white. Well, guess what? Black people like being black. And just because they have a hard time in certain situations doesn't mean that that's everywhere. And black people will be the first to tell you that there's places that they feel more comfortable than any white people can be. Go to an NBA basketball game. Let me know what you think. How does it feel? Do you feel represented as a white person? Fuck no, you don't. But I still go to them. Let me ask a black person to go to a hockey game. How do you think they feel? Exact same way. There's nothing wrong with that. But can't we get to a point where it doesn't matter what color you are? That either you just like basketball or you don't like football? You like certain foods, you like certain colors, you like certain music, you like certain books, and other times you don't. And it has nothing to do with your color or your skin. That's why Black History Month is a bunch of BS. That's why the Black History Channel or the BET is bullshit. But so are the other 376 channels that are all white, minus the gay and lesbian channel. Why can't we just put that shit on? You've got HBO 1, HBO 2, HBO 3, HBO West, North, South, East. You tell me you can't put some stuff that is appealing to gays and lesbians? It's already on there anyway. Who cares? Just don't watch it. Turn it off. It's like people who come in here and get offended, like that bozo who came in a while ago. Turn it off, dude. Who cares? Do you really think that with you just coming here, you're an idiot, that I'm going to be like, oh, you know what? Forget it. I give up. I can't do this anymore. It's too much. Brian doesn't like me. I don't know what to do. I've tried to get people like Brian to like me. Folks, that's it for the Don't Unfriend Me show. Good night.
Adjusting transmitter output.
It's not going to happen. I'm not going to quit because you don't like me. Who cares? There's a lot of people who don't like me. Sometimes my wife doesn't like me. Sometimes my kids don't like me. Hell, I don't like myself sometimes. I'm not going to quit because you have a burr up your ass. It's not my fault that you don't like your life. I enjoy life. I have a good time. I don't worry about this stuff. I don't worry about black, white, indifferent, transgender. The thing is that I protect my kids and I protect the honor of my wife. And if you encroach upon either, I will fucking end you. That's it. That's my code. Otherwise, we all good. You want to talk about rap music? We can do that. You want to talk about black history? We can do that. You want to talk about the slave routes from Africa into the United States? We can talk about that. You want to talk about the hundreds of thousands of people that were murdered and killed that we don't even talk about who are black? That our own little Holocaust that we don't recognize? Let's talk about that. You want to talk about the Holocaust of Native Americans and what we did to them? What we did with modern day eugenics? Sterilizing American Indians? Christianizing them? Stoning them in water? Raking their skin off for appeasement to God? Raping them, beating them, killing them. You want to talk about that? Oh, no. We don't want to talk about that, Matt. Oh, okay. Let's talk about Thanksgiving, right? Let's talk about some turkey and some mashed potatoes because that's what it was. No, it wasn't. It wasn't genocide either. It was conquering. And it's happened throughout history. It's happening right now. Every single country on this planet has been conquered. Every single land has blood on it from the innocent and the not so innocent. And if you think Native Americans were just innocent, sitting around smoking peace pipe and hunting the white buffalo, you're full of shit. They were murdering each other. They were murdering rival tribes for territory. They were gaining ground just like everybody. They went into it with the Inuits. They went into it with the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Incas. And I don't know what you want to hear from me other than life is messy. But to sit here and carry it around like it has to be a part of every future interaction that you have is ludicrous. Right now, you're being told you have to hate Democrats. There was a time you were told you had to hate gays and you had to hate blacks and you had to hate Muslims because of Sharia law coming to the United States of America. Are you kidding me? I can't get my wife to frickin' mop the floor, but I'm going to get her to wear a burqa or I'm going to cane her? Please. That woman would cut my dick off and throw it out the window like Lorena Bobbitt. But Sharia law was coming to the U.S. Don't you remember Michelle Bachmann and Paul Ryan and the batshit crazy libertarian religious zealots? Not the real Tea Party, not the Ron Paul Tea Party, but the Koch brothers Tea Party, the one that was held hostage and dominated once Ron Paul left. You know, the batshit crazy zealots. Don't you remember? Muslims are coming. They're going to enter the United States and take over our democracy. They sound like liberals today. It's not hard. But if you can recognize the irony, if you can recognize that people are just the exact same on both sides, they just have different topics and things you agree with and disagree with, it's amazing when you're like, you know what? For once, I'm just not going to talk about A, B, and C, and I'm going to try to focus on something else. How many times have you guys seen people come on this show and we turn the topic away from politics because I don't want to talk about politics with you because there is nothing I can learn from you that I can't pick up from on MSNBC and CNN. All I got to do is turn on Rachel Maddow and you sound just like her. You sound just like her. So, AOC, getting a taste of her own leftist medicine, best thing in the world. And you know what? I don't hate AOC. Out of all the crazies, she is the least crazy, which is crazy. Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, Presley, these people are freaking wackos. AOC is just like most young kids. They believe in progressive socialism because they don't have anything. And once she makes her millions, she's going to be like, fuck, no, I don't want, she's going to go to the middle faster than, well, I'm not going to say that. That'd be rude. So to think AOC isn't going to go to the middle when she gets her millions, of course she is. Bill Maher said the best thing. Why the hell would I be a complete liberal when it comes to money? Because I'm rich. I agree with him. I don't want people to have my things. This is Palestinian supporters who are white, of course. They're all white. BLM, you know, black people are oppressed, and black people are like, no, we're okay. We're doing good now, man. We're okay. And they're like, no, you're not. Listen here, black person, that's racist. You are oppressed. They're like, listen, hey, I'm not oppressed. I'm okay. I'm doing all right in the world. Everything's fine. No, you're oppressed. You're a slave. And it's always white people. We have white people who are upset about Palestine. I guarantee these people have never met anyone from frickin' New Jersey, let alone Palestine. They probably know more people in Palestine, Ohio. Let's watch this. AOC is pissed. I got to give it to her, man. She's feisty in this. Watch this.
You refuse to call it a genocide in front of everybody.
I need you to understand that this is not okay.
It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
You're lying.
I'm lying.
You're not.
You went on TV and avoided talking about it.
He sounds like he's mansplaining to her.
For what? Because now you can't say it's a genocide or what? You're deciding the political race. You can't call it a genocide. Then how do you say it? We're not lying.
We're not lying.
You've been
You went on
saying it in
TV.
interviews. It's insane. You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it. Over 30,000 people are dead, AOC. You can't just say it for once. Just say the word. That's it. That's all we want you to say. Or you're not angry about people confronting you publicly. You can't call it genocide. Over 30,000 people have died.
Stop. Okay? Stop.
We're not doing anything. We're just talking to an elected public official. That's all we're doing. That's it.
Cut it, and you're going to cut this, and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's fucked up, man. And you're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
You refuse to.
You're not helping them.
Welcome to your own medicine, chick. These are your people. These are the salt of the earth. These are the people who you've promoted. These are the people who you've sicked on us. How does it feel? Welcome to karma. It's a bitch. I don't feel bad for her at all. You could have stood up when they hunted people down in red hats and called us Nazis. You could have done it when what happened with J6. Some of them deserved to be in jail for the rest of their life, I believe. And a lot of people didn't. You could have stood up for those people. You could have pretended that you were there like you did, but that didn't necessarily work out, did it? It's not so funny when the foo is on the other shoot, is it? I have no problem with AOC. I don't care. Once again, just like Charles Barkley, she's never going to get the Green New Deal passed. It's a pipe dream. She's done nothing. She will do nothing. All she's done is cripple New York and take away business. She has no legislation that anyone takes seriously. She's nothing. She's not a threat. She's a Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. They do nothing. They've done nothing. They will never do anything. So she's not a threat to me. You know who's a threat to me? Ilhan Omar. Rashid Tlaib. Nadler. Those are the people. Raskin, who uses cancer and wore his do-rag to make sure everyone knew he had cancer. Everyone had to know. Here's my do-rag, even though I'm not bald. Did you see me? I've got a new do-rag. I have cancer. Hi, my name's Jamie Raskin. I have cancer. Got to let everybody know. If I got cancer, you know what I would do? I'd put on a hat. Or I would just go bald. I don't need anyone's sympathy. That's my own struggle, and nobody needs to feel that struggle. I got to give it to Dan Bongino, man. When he had his cancer, he didn't really talk about it. He talked about it one time, and then he shut up, and he just dealt with it. There are people right now who are doing shows every day who I know are not well. It's none of my business, but I know for a fact that they're not well. It's not my story to tell. There's people who you know who've been on my show who are not well right now. It's not my story to tell. So when I sit here and I see this stuff and I see AOC get a taste of her own medicine, to me, I don't think it's right when they do it to Republicans. I don't think it's right when they do it to her. She is an elected official. If you want to go ahead and petition, you can. You can schedule a time to see her if she's your representative. It's not to go ahead and get her on the street. It's not to do what Maxine Waters said to do. This isn't what you do. Why are you going to do this? What does this prove? Do you think this is just going to piss her off more? But the funny thing is, it's not Republicans. In fact, I don't think Republicans stalk AOC. I've never seen a video of any MAGA supporter going after AOC. I don't see us knocking off their hats. I don't see us stalking them. I see Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene stalking liberals more than we do. And those two yokels, don't even get me started. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got Bo Byram. He's a great player. Avs made out on that trade. Oof. You gave up Middlestat? That was not a good trade. He's can't put on weight, and he's an injury-prone guy. He's great offensive. He'll break out of the zone. He's going to give you a depth that you don't have in Buffalo, which is give you blue line scoring, but he's not going to go far. They'll lock him down. They'll adjust. And you gave up Middlestat. Middlestat's probably a 75 to 80 point scorer on a real team. On the Avs, I think he's going to light the effing lamp. I think he's going to pull a Kadri. I think he'll put up 20 points in the next 10 games. That's how good I think this kid is. The Avs got much stronger. Much stronger in this trade. These trades they made are incredible. I mean, they got 4 really strong, gritty Stanley Cup style players. Our penalty kill is going to be one of the best. It's already one of the best in the league. It's going to be top 3. The Avs got way better. And if we get Gabe Landeskog back, and remember, Nichushkin's still out, and that guy is a 90-point scorer, and we got Middlestat now, forget about it. Buffalo got a good defenseman. He's a good pick. He's a good kid. We love him. We love Bo Byram, but we have too many great defensemen. We didn't need another one. All right, folks, I think we can start looking at going over to Truth Social. Now, this is where I understand it's supposed to be. I have seen no announcements of it, but Donald Trump is supposed to do a side-by-side with the State of the Union. And I want to hear it, right? I've already done a couple articles on it. I did a show on it today. It was pretty funny. If you haven't seen it, please go watch it. Truth Social is going to crash. I'm letting you know right now, we may not get it. It looks like Truth Social's crashed. I don't know, folks. Let's see if Rumble's got it. Super Tuesday live stream. I'm not watching Laura Loomer. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Can't. Crowder's got it. He's got 96,000 people watching him. Let me see what Crowder's doing, because he's going to have a direct feed. He'll have a direct feed. So he's what? Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to get the feed on here. I'll try to squeeze into Rumble. Or not Rumble, but Truth Social. If anyone sees it being streamed anywhere else, let me know. Because that's not a good sign, because YouTube hit me last time, and I don't want that shit to happen again. Something is going on in D.C. Well, they put up gates on D.C., I know that, but what do you mean something's going on? Damn it. What's going on in D.C., yo? I got to turn it. Truth Social's crashed. We're not going to be able to watch it with Trump. That's okay. We can watch it with Biden. I'll do the commentary. I'll fact check his ass. I fact checked him for the last 3 years. Why can't I do it now? Give me a break.
That got Donald Trump elected the first time, or the 3 areas.
I'm signing in, folks. I don't want you to see my password. You don't get my Fubo password. I like you. I don't like you that much.
You know, it almost doesn't really matter what he says tonight. If he wants to ignore those issues, all he does is he sounds more out of touch, in addition to being a very dangerous president.
It's been dangerous for the American people. It's been dangerous for the world. There's nothing he can say tonight that's going to change that. The polls are brutally honest about what this country feels, and we feel taken advantage of. We feel ripped off. And what we had just a few years ago is now gone. And so this speech can't come soon enough. It's an election year address. And we're all of us looking forward to an election and making our voices heard. It's all for us. Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, pick up our live coverage from D.C. right
Kevin,
now.
what the hell is Real American Voice? I don't...
You are looking live at the...
Hey, help me out there. What the hell's Real American Voice? It doesn't... Pro-Palestine people are blocking Joe from getting by. This is beautiful. Really? Dude. Oh, it's so good. It's so stupid. The left is, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. You didn't plan for this? Why did you take the underground tunnels? My God. Why you got to motorcade him in? Rumble says Real American Voice. I don't see real. I don't know what Real American Voice is. Got Right Side Broadcasting. It doesn't matter. We're going to have it on. I wanted to find the Trump one. But, of course, Truth Social sucks. No offense. I mean, it sucks. It's the truth. That's the only thing true about Truth Social. Really? I've already logged in. All right, I'm back in. All right, at Real Donald Trump. Oh, he's not going to go live, is he? He's gonna text. Oh man, that sucks. Donald Trump says he's late. Like, Donald Trump's not late to every single event he's ever done in his life. Come on, give me a break. All right, so, okay, someone shut down Anna, Santag Anna. I can't see you. I got a light in my eye. Hi, how was it today?
It was great.
Did Mom record it for me?
I think so. It was great. Jordan had a solo. He did great.
That's good. I'm glad you had fun. I'm sorry I couldn't be there.
No, it's fine.
I love you.
Love you.
Yeah, Knucklehead's giving a State of the Union, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if I can. You guys, if Trump's not going to stream live, I think what he's saying is he's going to post live. We're not doing that. That's stupid. I might put it up in a secondary window, maybe. Okay.
There in Texas, correspondent Jeff Paul joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas. A big issue tonight. Good evening, Jeff.
Yeah, Brett, and it's arguably one of the top issues for voters all across the country. And when you speak with folks here in Eagle Pass, Texas, they all sort of agree they are frustrated with government officials at all levels across all party affiliations. But many of them agree and credit Texas Governor Greg Abbott with actually doing something that is now pushing migrants away from areas like here in Eagle Pass to other parts of the U.S.-Mexico border. They all wonder when it will be the federal government's turn to finally do something about the border. Governor Abbott also said on Special Report that there isn't a single word that President Biden could say during the State of the Union that would somehow undo all the, quote, chaos that his administration has caused here at the border. Brett?
Jeff Paul, along the border in Eagle Pass. Jeff, thanks.
So we're watching the action as the president's motorcade pulls up to the Capitol this evening, just about a minute and a half away from this getting started inside the building. As we look also at action on the House floor tonight, always a lot of excitement around this speech, and it is a very big moment for President Biden, as we have said. Also for Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the House. Yep. First time that he's up there. And
see, Chief Justice John Roberts
exactly.
And former Justice Kennedy, Justice Jackson Brown. I think that you've got some issues here with how the everybody is going to handle themselves, and that'll be part of the story as well as what is said. There you see the Supreme Court justices awaiting the rest as they just finished a big case moments ago.
Yeah, and it was mentioned earlier that Speaker Johnson had asked people to have decorum. We'll see.
Let's take a pause right now. Listen to the House floor. Live look at the U.S. Capitol. A beautiful evening, actually, here in Washington, as we are just moments away from President Biden tonight's State of the Union address. Good evening from Washington. I'm Brett Baer.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. Any moment now, President Biden will be announced on the House floor with the familiar call of the House Sergeant of Arms. He will make his way down the aisle, greeted by lawmakers all along the way.
There you see Mitt Romney talking to Joe Manchin. Seems like they're pretty engaged in some conversation. A lot of that happens on the sidelines.
So I want to give everybody a heads up. I will do my damnedest to stay on topic and try not to talk too much through this and leave it for the ending. I'll probably type a little bit too. FYI. I can't see you. FYI. Hi. I love you too. FYI, if you have not gone out and liked, we've got 300 people on. It's only 126 likes. Take a second, like the show. This gets it out. And if you not spam the like button inside, which you can do a little bit, but if you go outside and like it and share it, this helps the show. Also, before we get started, if you have not had a chance and you appreciate this, folks, this isn't free. Nothing is free in life. It takes money to put this show on. My wife and I spend a lot of time doing this. We have a bunch of mods who work their butts off. Everybody pitches in to make this show for you. If you have not had a chance to donate to the show, please do. It just takes a little bit. Doesn't matter. $5, $5,000. We don't care. It's up to you. Anything helps. You can go to linktapgo.com/thedumbshow and donate to the show. It keeps us free, and we thank you for it. We're not your cable provider. We do this because we love bringing the truth to people. We will do our best to continue to do that, and we'll go from there. Here it is.
You have to the 5, Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, co-host of the 5. John Roberts, not co-host of the 5, co-anchor of America Reports, and Fox News chief political analyst Britt Hume joins us remotely. Britt, we've covered so many of these. What do you think about tonight?
Well, I think unlike a lot of these speeches where we're preoccupied with what the president will say about this issue or that issue and what program he may announce or what steps he may announce he's taking to deal, for example, with the border, what the big focus tonight really is on his demeanor, how he seems. Does he seem energetic and authoritative, and will he be smooth and polished? You know, we've seen so many stumbles and, you know, so many awkward moments, you know, him falling down, is getting caught in the middle of sentences, losing his train of thought and all that. I would not discount the possibility at all that the president will come in here tonight, be very well rehearsed, very well prepared, very well rested, and will deliver a speech with a lot of energy and clarity, after which, of course, we will watch while the hosannas from Democrats and their allies in the media will ring down upon him, saying that that puts the senility and the age and acuity issue to rest. It doesn't, but that's what I suspect we'll hear.
Britt, one of the things tonight is a contrast the White House is saying between President Biden and his
Uniparty shill,
soon to wrap that all up, former President Trump, who is taking to Truth Social already, saying, quote, "The president is very substantially late. Not a good start, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he had very important things to do, but he is now just getting into the car. They will have to drive very, very quickly. You just don't want to be late to the State of the Union. They need Mario Andretti to be at the wheel of the limo." I think it's going to be a play-by-play all night long.
I think
Truth
that's
Social.
true. Yep. We're going to wait for the commentary. Dana.
One of the things I'm watching for is that President Bush used to remind us that every speech you have multiple audiences. One of the audiences for President Biden tonight is his own party, the disaffected members of his party, those who voted not willing to commit, those who wanted to maybe see him do something else in Israel, though he's, I mean, what more could he do in terms of bending over backwards for 10 voters?
Thanks for the link to America's Voice. I will go to it. If Donald Trump is live, will you let me know, please? And then I can do it. But I think he's going to be texting. I don't know.
Disrupt his speech. But the speech might tell us if the concerns about the problems within his own party are a minor annoyance or a genuine crisis.
John, it's always interesting storylines. One of them is expelled GOP Congressman
Democrats
George Santos
are wearing
is on
white like they used to in the Civil War days and posthumously from the Civil War. They didn't bring their hoods, but they all are wearing white.
GOP Congressman George Santos is on the floor. It's a privilege that former members have, and he decided to take it. That's just a bizarre thing that's happening. But your thoughts on the speech tonight?
I think a little bit of a minor story in the overall. I think what we're going to see here tonight is opening salvo in the main general election
while
campaign.
we're waiting for Sleepy Joe, this is going to be good. He can't even show up on time. This is going to be huge. The difference between the Electoral College and the popular vote. This is such a stupid thing that people make up. Not that the question is, James asked it, is the Electoral College is only used for the President of the United States. And the reason why is the President isn't the President of the people. He's the President of the people. No, he's not. He's the President of the states. And in fact, the people that he is most tied to are the governors. And he is truly just the lead governor. As the governors are the president of their individual state, the president is the president of the governors. That's really what it comes down to. And the rest of the hierarchy of our elected officials are the same way, like the minority leader, the majority leader, the speaker, etc. Get it? Good. So when you look at the Electoral College, it's only used for the presidential election. And the reason why is, like I said, so every single person has a voice. Just like in the Senate, you have 2 senators per state, no matter what, no matter how big, how small. But when it comes to the House of Congress, of the legislators, you have multiple people per state based upon their population. The Electoral College works the same way. Each state is divided and it changes all the time to get a race to 270, and each state will have a certain amount of electorals. Those electorals are based upon population. Every person that you have is accumulated and you get an electoral vote for that. And they are representative of a group of tens of thousands of people. That's the way it works. So whether you're Montana, who has a very low number, or Nebraska, and then you might be California or Texas or Florida, who has a large number, you're still basing it upon population for the vote. So when people go, oh, well, Wyoming is, 1/40th of the population of California. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because those are actually broken down into the overall electoral votes that are available. And the first person to get to 270 ultimately wins the presidency of the United States. It's still basing vote count on population. It is just a simpler and easier way to break up by electoral votes than it is to go by the popular vote. Because with just the popular vote, you can have a place like California, which could literally decide the election of the United States based upon the amount of people who live there. Okay, great. That's the Electoral College. Hope you enjoyed it. I also have a show on YouTube or Rumble that you can find that'll explain everything to you. No, the 3/5 clause has nothing to do with the current Electoral College. That is something completely different. That's why the 3/5 clause and the 3/5 compromise was introduced, was to make sure the South did not have more people than the North, and it was a little closer to a Northern majority. But that still has nothing to do with the Electoral College. For today,
and
is what
also
I'm
the
saying. We all
chaos that
understand
President Biden talks about when the Trump years. I think that when you see people say 72% of people say the country's going in the wrong direction, that's because they feel like their lives are chaotic now.
Let me bring in former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He joins us. Mr. Speaker, you've been in this position. You've been in that chair behind as the president delivers speeches. You have to control your facial remarks.
So BK says, and the illegals are counted as population, so the sanctuary cities are padding the count. Yes. And that's not so much a big deal in the Electoral College, but it certainly is for the local and state legislature, which for senators, it really doesn't matter. But it does for local state governments because of the legislatures. Electoral votes are also based on population, so that makes an impact too. And the whole reason why that decision to not count the census and ask the question if they are illegals or not is ultimately a huge win for Democrats because they will be counted in the census for population. And that is why California gained 5 overall seats this year, because more than likely of illegal immigration. And the reason why we know this is because this is the first time in U.S. history that more people crossed the border than actually had new children in the U.S. And like other countries, we are going behind the curve for our ratio from death to life ratio is severely lacking. So if we don't have an increase in population based upon new babies, the only reason why we're getting more seats in California is, and especially when they've had a mass exodus, is the importation and replacement of illegal immigrants into California and other places. Yes, that is a very good point.
Some of them at the Supreme Court, including immunity, that will be decided soon. I think we have the First Lady, Jill Biden, arriving.
Jill Biden arriving in the chamber, and she is joined, as John pointed out before, by two women who have had experiences with IVF and with abortion. Also, a cancer nurse is joining her this evening. Several guests. I mean, this whole tradition used to be maybe one or two people. Now the list from the White House is about 20 people long. There's Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House. You know, hard to say how much of an impact these guests have, but let's listen in.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Really?
And so the cabinet walks in. Speaker McCarthy, we see Secretary Blinken, and behind him, Secretary Austin,
Did you
the
say,
defense
hey,
secretary,
Blinken?
who obviously had all of the controversy about not telling the president when he was in the hospital. So this cabinet's been a lot around the block here with a number of different controversies, but they're also dealing with war in Ukraine and Israel. How much of this speech do you think is going to be aimed at the goals of the election and laying out a vision for his next term?
I think it's going to try to be talking to his own base. He wants to motivate them to get behind him, because that is a place that the President Biden currently has a real problem with. He wants to talk about successes, and it would be smart of him to talk about where they can work together. This is the one chance to have a very big audience in America, to control exactly what you're going to say without being asked a question, and to lay out why you deserve to be reelected again in the process, and what have you achieved. You know, this election's different. When he ran for the office, it was open. Now it's a report card on the job that he has done. So he's going to try to check off and say, I kept this promise.
No,
this
Naz,
promise,
by the
this
way,
promise.
good to see you, buddy. It's not that the introduction of the cabinet is new. You're supposed to go ahead. There is a fairly regal and elderly gentleman who usually calls in the President of the United States and announces. The cabinet is not usually shown on TV, but it is protocol to announce the administration, cabinet, etc., or any special dignitaries that would be in attendance. But I'll be interested to see if it's just ceremonial for the administration and the cabinet, and the president is called by the same guy that's been doing it for a long time. I don't know whether he took ill, but that's definitely out of sorts. Good to see you, Naz. I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Speaker McCarthy, Pete Buttigieg entering the room. We just saw Dennis Sullivan, the Veterans Affairs. He had a difficult week over the famous World War II kiss photograph, which some underlay.
I know you're getting bleed through. I'm checking multiple channels trying to get the right thing for us, because Trump said that he was going to be live, but that's sometimes we hear that and it means that Donald Trump's on Truth Social.
To cancel.
So I've got the mods looking to see if they can see it live with Donald Trump on. I don't think that's taking place.
Your thoughts on this night as we're setting the table here. The former president is right. The president is behind schedule here. Usually these things are to the minute. But this is a big moment for President Biden.
Look, sheepishly, President Biden may be saying, look, everybody thinks I'm old. They joke about how I go to bed early. Well, I'll show them. I'll show up a little late. I'll speak a little longer, and I'll stay in the chamber a little longer than
Truth Social
some
is
do.
crashing.
I think we've all framed it
and
right. He's got a
going
couple
to crash
things that he can deal
because
with. He can talk about the issues.
Once again,
about the things he wants to do.
I'm not knocking on Donald Trump. What I'm saying is sometimes he says things that, like, I've got a big announcement, and then it was his NFT trading cards. Remember that? I kind of felt shorted on that. This is, I'm going to be online side by side with Joe Biden, and I'm like, how's he going to do that when Joe Biden doesn't stop talking? There are no breaks. So I'm going to play it the way I always play it, which is have Joe Biden here. I will pause when I feel it's necessary, but I'm probably going to listen to him the whole time. I've already read it. I got a pre-copy of this at 1 o'clock today, and then I had a pre-copy last night, and now the finalized copy, of course, none of us get, but we get a general syllabus of what's going to be talked about. So I want to hear what he has to say.
We heard earlier today that that we shouldn't expect any executive order, that he won't pull the levers that are at his disposal as President of the United States to do remain in Mexico, to end catch and release. He's not going there, it appears.
He's standing by his proclamation that he's done all he can and that there's nothing else he can do, whereas, anybody will tell you, President Trump got the lowest immigration numbers in recent history, pretty much totally through executive order. And Brett, I think somebody is watching, because we mentioned a second ago that the Democrats are going to fight this election on abortion. Republicans are going to try to fight it on immigration. Donald Trump just put out on Truth Social, there's nothing he can say, Biden, that could absolve him from letting 15 million people into our country illegally. He'll probably blame me, but I had the safest border in history.
You know,
So
if the former president wants to call in, we're happy to put him, instead of reading the Truth Social posts.
He just might.
Yeah, he may just might.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Britt,
but it's an indication that, it's going to be immigration against abortion, I think, is some of the main issues.
Britt, a lot of it is how this is delivered, because there's so many stories about, his age and what things look like. What about that thing that Harold talked about, the low expectations, the low bar that's essentially set?
I think there has been a low bar set by what we've all witnessed. And I don't think it'll be hard for the president to clear it. And he will be greatly aided, I think, in terms of how the public reacts if Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has already said, I think, today to us here at Fox that she feels that decorum is not an issue because, decorum was broken by what Joe Biden did on this, that, and the other thing. And of course, she yelled at him the last time he was in the chamber. And she or someone else on the Republican side might do that again, and I don't think it'll go down well with the audience if any Republican does that or anybody does that.
Yeah, so shut up.
And it will probably be of help to him.
Republicans need to shut their face.
He carried quite well with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was bringing up, he basically accused Republicans of wanting to get rid of Social Security and Medicare. She called him a liar in that moment, and here we go.
All right, guys, there he is.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Do I know my stuff or what, folks? I told you. It's very strange. Look, this is what we bring here. You don't get this anywhere else. Donald Trump's not even online. We are. Look at us, our whole 266 people. Here we go. Let's go.
No, this could take a while because if anybody knows President Biden, he likes to work the room. In fact, last State of the Union, getting out of the chamber, it took
for every minute that
minutes.
he
Usually they give him 10 minutes
wastes
from the speech to the door, and it took
he's losing Americans. People aren't going to stay up. People have to work tomorrow, and it is 9:15 on a Thursday night. People are done putting kids to bed more than likely, but you're interrupting mom and dad time, and people are only going to stay so long for this shit. It's like, this is the pomp and circumstance I hate. If I was anybody, I would just walk and get up on the dais and say what you have to say. Ridiculous. Gosh. Folks, Truth Social is down. That's embarrassing for Donald Trump. He's got to get this site fixed. I'm not a fan of Truth Social. I never go on it. It's impossible to grow on there. Yeah, Joe Biden, his eyes are biggy, big. I think he got his special shot. Yeah, Truth Social's down. We're not going to be able to watch this with Trump. I'm sorry. I feel horrible.
You see the leadership, as Speaker McCarthy was talking about, Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell, who just recently
I'll turn it up when we get a little closer, but I want to be able to talk to y'all.
Representing Kentucky and being the leader of the Republicans in the Senate. And then you have Steve Scalise and the other leadership in the House, the escorting body on both parties.
Look over here.
There's Nicole Malliotakis, Republicans and Democrats welcoming him.
Trump
And there you've got
there.
a glimpse of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's got a big red Make
Is that
America
Marjorie
Great
Taylor
hat
Greene?
on.
You're wearing a
ready
hat.
to roll.
That's
the shirt
wonderful.
says "Say Her Name" for Laken Riley
Come on,
in Georgia.
MTG.
She's trying to hand him a button. Let's see if he pays any attention to her. I
She's
think that's
such a
the
frickin'
button about
showboat. I'm sorry.
Biden's border crisis, I believe, is
You're
what
wearing
those
a
buttons
hat
say
indoors.
that a number of the
I wear a hat
Republicans
indoors.
are
but
wearing. And
I'm just a
surprisingly
pomp and
went right by.
circumstance guy a little bit. I believe
Hugging the
that
left
you
side of the aisle
have
on
to have a
that
level
part
of
of the,
decorum. You should
of the
act a
walk
certain
down.
way.
You can see her with the say her name.
These people are supposed
Lake and
to
Riley
lead
shirt. Like there's an
the
empty chair in the chamber tonight
it's not
to represent Lake and Riley. Her family was invited by Congressman Michael Collins.
You guys might disagree with me.
Understandably,
That's fine.
they are not
don't
ready
find her
to
to be
attend anything at this
anyone
point. They're
who I
deeply
admire.
grieving, and this president
You
has
voted for
not
Kevin
reached out to
McCarthy.
her
Give it a
family at
rest,
all.
MTG.
She
You
no
voted for
doubt
Kevin
is
McCarthy,
becoming a
okay?
symbol
You
of
took PAC money
so
from
many
Kevin McCarthy.
individuals
Give me
who
a
have
break.
been violently attacked and in her case murdered by someone who is in the country illegally. This
I
is
know
an
that's not popular. A lot of
outrage
people like
issue
her.
for many people
I don't
across
think
this
she's
country. The
Laura
president's
Loomer
polling is
and I
dismal
agree on this, and Laura Loomer and I agree on hardly anything. She thinks MTG's a stooge too. I do too, man. She took $160,000 from Kevin McCarthy. She voted for him. Lauren Boebert didn't even show up to the vote to oust McCarthy. So you know what?
So, Britt,
really?
Do
we know if there is
usually it's Sheila Jackson Lee,
an appointed Republican
who was-
response? Yeah, we do.
There she is.
It's going to be
Even as I
female
called her
from
name out.
Alabama. I can't
Right
remember
there,
her name. I'm too
posted
tired.
up.
But yeah,
You've seen her there many
she
times,
looks
Britt.
she looks good, dude. She looks solid. I've seen her before. She's
Yeah, I
a
have.
strong
And, you know,
speaker.
it's
Easy
an
on the
amazing
eyes.
moment because you see these
Somebody in
politicians,
chat will tell you her name, Naz.
Just without any hesitation, just reaching over, leaning in, touching the president, looking for a moment on national television where they can be seen in proximity to the president. It all may look a little bit craven,
MTG tried to give him a
or
button that
weak
says
at
"Say
least,
her
but,
name."
They all look at them.
So
all. They all
obviously
do
that's in
this.
regards
This
to
has been going on as long as I can remember.
the young lady who was
The
murdered
president
by
looks
an
in
illegal
pretty good
immigrant.
form tonight. it seems.
Laney, is that
Again,
her,
and that's
her
why I
name?
say
can't.
that this is
I'm
set up
tired.
for a
I've been up
president to have
since
success. I mean, those speeches
04:30.
written for you by
So I'm already
a team of
pushing
professionals. You have a
a
chance
lot
to
of freaking
practice it for
hours.
several
So I'm
days.
tired. I'm sorry.
And everyone's excited to see you, and so he's enjoying that moment. The one thing I do want to mention, though, is as you see the cabinet
Yeah,
file in,
Trump is commenting
know
on
if
Truth
this is
Social. I don't care.
this is the least cohesive
I mean,
cabinet
he's not-
that I have seen in the time I've been
I'm
covering
waiting
these
to
things.
see.
I believe that they've only had fewer than 10
I
cabinet
can't get it up.
meetings during his
Literally,
administration. And you
sorry,
think of
that-
all the problems
that's
that they
gonna be
have,
used
like
against
on the
me.
border or on education, or even when it comes
I don't
to
care. Let
natural
MTG
disasters.
push their button. She
Why
has balls. She
not
didn't have
call
balls to
them all
oust
together?
McCarthy.
They're ready-made for the media.
Yeah,
and
I don't think she has balls.
they're
at
all there for him, and I'm
Just
sure
my
that they
personal
would
opinion.
take issue with what I'm saying, but you just don't ever see them actually utilized.
It's a great point. I mean, I remember when President Trump was in office,
Okay, I got Trump
he would
back up
often
now.
have those sort of open events where all the members of the cabinet were sitting at the table. They would take questions. He would take questions, very freewheeling with press in the room. We haven't seen that.
You know, it's 5 minutes since he entered the chamber so far. Usually the walk-in is not the long time with the selfies and the
It's really
conversations, but this
disrespectful,
one's
honestly.
taking a little while. He's got a speech that's going to be, we're told, roughly about an hour, but maybe with applause.
Told you it's gonna be
you're
short.
talking about a long time here. There's Kirsten Gillibrand from New York. Now he's taking the picture with Chris Coons, and who's on
So
the
Trump
campaign.
says,
and Democrats obviously will be
Crooked
cheering.
Joe
There'll
is
be
making
other
his way to the
times
chamber. Very disrespectful
where
to
you're
some,
gonna
not
have
good.
Republicans
Yeah, I agree.
react, Democrats
I think he
react.
should just beeline and be like,
It's
folks, I'm late.
quite something. It is
American
drama
public is more
in
important,
Washington.
but he doesn't have. He doesn't have the forethought. He's not that type
somebody who
of
a lot of
person.
people
He
thought was
doesn't
flirting
have that
with a
brain.
potential third-party run. In the
They are
last
really
polling that we
late,
did,
very disrespectful to our country. I
18%
agree
are
with Trump,
looking for another
120%.
candidate.
Absolutely
And whether or not
disrespectful.
that will materialize,
I think it's rude.
RFK Jr.
I think
obviously is already in
that's
there
gonna
as an
that's gonna
independent.
hurt him.
He's
There you go.
chatted with
Tom Roberts.
Manchin just a
It's not
bit,
smart
and
to
he's
do.
sitting with
I like
Mitt
this that
Romney,
Trump's going to be
which is
commenting. I'll
obviously
tell you what he
Republican
says.
and Democrat
so
sending a signal
hopefully
there.
everyone can see everything.
Speaker McCarthy is
And,
still with us. You've
this is
watched
a good place
presidents
to
walk
watch it.
down this aisle.
I
Final
like
thoughts
Laura
before we
Loomer,
get to
Matt.
the
I don't,
speech and
but
what you think
that's
this
fine.
is
But
shaping
see,
up
here's
to
the
be
cool
as he
thing.
shakes
I
the
don't have
hands
to like
of
Laura Loomer.
the Supreme Court and the
I
chairman of
think
the
that
Joint
she-
Chiefs there.
I think she's been
One thing I've
horrible.
noticed from all the presidents,
to
President
DeSantis.
Biden takes more
I
time
thought she was horrible
walking
to
down
Haley.
and walking out.
I
He literally
thought she
waits
was
till
horrible
everybody
to
leaves. I've never
DeSantis'
seen
wife.
quite anything
And
like it. But
accused her of
uniqueness, he's
using her
going
breast
right around the
cancer
Supreme
to
Court.
gain
He'll
sympathy.
go to the
I think you need to
Joint Chiefs,
follow
and then
Laura
he'll
Loomer
walk
longer.
up to the stage there,
I just
and he'll
have a
hand
standard of the way you
speech to
treat
the
people.
Speaker
I'm sorry.
and to the
I
Vice
just
President.
do, and it makes
and then
me.
he'll turn around
I don't like
and
this type of shit.
he'll have the
We're
teleprompters
Americans.
right there
We have
to a
got
speech
to
he's
find a way to
practiced.
stop this.
There's an
This
old
doesn't get us
story
anywhere.
where one of the
It
speeches
doesn't do anything.
The State of the Union that
it is
Bill
literally
Clinton was
two opposing forces
he had
of
to
equal
turn
mass
back
pushing
around
together.
And tell Al Gore that they had
and the
last
friction
year's
points are not
speech in
enough
the
to cause
teleprompter.
slippage.
And he turned around
You've got
and
to have
started
a force
giving
in the
that
middle to
from
push
memory.
these people away from each other.
It's
We're
a
not getting
nerve-wracking
anything
when you
done.
sit in that position and you
We
look
literally
out,
have
the room
4
is very
years and 2
small,
years
even
and
though it
6
looks big
years
on TV.
of bodies of
It
Congress
gets a little
that do
nerve-wracking at that
nothing.
moment in time, but
Nothing. They simply just change ponies, and the incoming president eliminates executive orders of the previous president, no matter how good or bad they were, and then reinstates their own, and then the next person. It's bullshit. We don't get anything done anymore.
After that was.
And for us to sit here and root for sports teams
after one
and
State
stuff,
of the
you know,
Union,
like
you're
somehow
seeing
like
him there.
any
That
of these
will never happen
politicians
again. That will
deserve our
never happen
admiration,
again.
like they're the San Francisco
Bernie
49ers or New York
Sanders.
Giants or something. They're a bunch of
And you
corporate shills who make millions of dollars who are never held accountable for their failures. They're never held accountable for the things that they promise that they don't do, and we admire them. We scratch our brothers and sisters' eyes out for these fucking people. No. I don't.
As he makes his way
I just don't appreciate
to the podium
it. That's just
there,
me.
he will hand, as
I'll shut up
mentioned,
now so we can
speech,
listen to this.
to Speaker Johnson. New relationship here between the two. And to Vice President Harris. Let's listen in.
This is crazy. Just shut up. Talk. No shit, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sarah, this is 2 times a limit. No shit, it's my opinion. I'm going to give it to you. It's my show. You don't like it? Piss off. Seriously, this is twice. I don't know why you're coming at me. I don't have to like Laura Luna. I don't have to like anybody. I just gave you valid reasons why I don't like her. Okay? Cool? Thanks.
Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War.
I can't answer a question about Convention of States right now. That is way too long. I will tell you right now, Convention of States is not going to happen. We'll talk about it later. I've answered it a bunch of times, but let's watch this.
Attack it both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous.
Real classy, running a political stage on the State of the Union, dude. You've got some balls.
Dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations, created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Can they stand up? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Or pencil.
And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down.
Isaac, if you do me a favor, don't ask questions that you're not going to get an answer to. All it does is screw up me trying to sort all the people who are asking questions. I'm going to ask you to stop. I've asked you before. Thanks.
We will not bow down.
What happened to my Tulu pen? This is good. We take that one?
I will not bow down.
Thanks, Pumpkin.
In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to you.
This is there's always been a kind of a unspoken rule when it comes to running a campaign from the lectern, whether that be in the Senate hall, whether that be in the White House newsroom, whether it be from the Rose Garden or the Resolute desk, that you don't run for political office from that position. This is not just a breach of etiquette. It is a breach from American ideology and American standards. It's disgusting. I don't think America is going to appreciate it. I don't think people want to hear about Trump. I think they want to hear about inflation, about a war, about fentanyl, about the border, about when housing prices are going to come down, when the Fed is going, that they promised these 3 reductions. When is it going to happen for him to put pressure on the Fed, even though he doesn't have the ability to do so and control the Fed, supposedly? But it's all going to happen during the election year when it's the most opportune for votes. This shit has got to stop. This J6 shit has got to stop. This is a campaign speech. This isn't the State of the Union.
America stood. America stood strong and democracy prevail. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
Amy, it's somebody, whoever, can someone tell me right now who has Trump on? It's too hard for me to copy and paste and take notes and everything. I'm not that talented. Can somebody please just paste when he posts something on Truth Social and just put Trump and then the statement? I'd appreciate it. Thank you. And one person alone is fine. Nope, nobody else. Mods decide.
As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office is defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place.
Kristen, green light. You take care of it. Thank you.
In America. Place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade.
Hey, Don wants to know, why are the Democrats wearing white? Well, Democrats wear white all the time. They're just not wearing the hoods. That should be the question. Dun.
I'm figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader defending reproductive freedom and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted.
Damn right, I'd run that commercial.
Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate
It wasn't a fatal condition. Doctors openly swore in court that it was not a fatal condition. All the affidavits said it was not a fatal condition.
that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision.
Quick fact check. Abortion is not a right. It was never a right. It was an attachment to the 14th Amendment, did not go through the process of piece of legislation and voted with a 2/3 pass from Congress, the House and the Senate, which is required to propose an amendment. It was attached to a right to privacy law, which was done in the dead of night by a bunch of guys in the 60s and ultimately held and was responsible for killing 67 million American lives, most of those African American, and it was used for birth control, not for right to life, not to go ahead and stop pregnancy during rape or incest or life of mother, used as birth control. So let's stop going ahead and playing grab ass. Abortion was never a right. It's back to the states. If you want to pass it, then codify it as a law and go ahead and get a 2/3 majority. Until then, shut the front door.
To overturn Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Great. You just threatened the Supreme Court, which are supposed to be apolitical. They never stand. They never do anything. The military only stands when they're talked to. The Supreme Court never stands. The Supreme Court is supposed to be treated with admiration and respect. They are impartial. That is why they are in their robes. And at this point, they represent the interpretation of those laws. They represent the Constitution. They represent the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. You are a prick for doing what you just did. Nobody calls out the SCOTUS. No, but I don't think that's ever been done. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. You can donate at linktap.go. That's / The Dumb Show. I'm getting pissed off.
Clearly.
Reproductive freedom. It's not reproduction to murder. There is no production or reproduction. There's no reanimation of life. That's happened one time on our planet. Thank you very much. And it certainly wasn't anyone who is on that dais or anyone who has murdered a baby. Okay? Reanimation of a corpse is not possible. Don't give me this crap about reproductive health. It's not health to murder. One person, promise you this, you may have individual liberty. That's right, you have right, but you do not have right to bodily autonomy because it is not a binary or a singular decision. There is another life to be considered here. And every single life in the United States of America, everybody in the world has three basics that are given by the natural order of God and also the U.S. Constitution: the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Those three things are not just an American value. It is a world value that we apply to anyone, including a fetus, you prick.
Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
My God. It's a fucking campaign speech. If I was the SCOTUS, I would get up and walk. I would get up and leave. This, to use the SCOTUS as a political ploy to devalue the highest court in the land. These are the same people that talked about Donald Trump walking side by side with Queen Elizabeth. This is a larger smack in the face to the history of the United States, 250 plus years of our country, our sovereignty, and the absolute ironclad, resolute documents of this country. This is a complete spit in the face of the courts. This is what they think about the court. This is what they think about the Constitution of the United States. They're no longer hiding. They are setting policy right now that the Supreme Court is a political institution and to be treated as such. They voted 9-0 to allow those ballots. They went ahead and stopped the Second Amendment from being torn up. This SCOTUS right here, whether you know it, is the most pro-conservative SCOTUS ever in U.S. history, hands down. Everyone who talks trash about SCOTUS, I told you Ketanji Brown Jackson would vote for the Constitution. You all thought I was crazy because you're like, she can't define a woman. No, she didn't want to define what a woman was. And just like Amy Coney Barrett would not define certain things because she didn't want to be pigeonholed when she would be making decisions on these cases. We got to stop getting political. We have to see through our own eyes that sometimes we may not like the decision, but it's the decision that is the best one. I don't like Ketanji Brown Jackson, but so far I like her rulings, and you should too.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
You can't do that. You don't have the power to do that. You can't do it, Grumpy Joe. You cannot make the law of the land. You don't have that power. The moment that you go ahead and try to run an executive order for abortion, you are opening yourself up to wrongful death suits up the ass. Every single grandparent, every single mother, every single father, every single child who feels that they were forced to do so at school because of pressure, you're going to open yourself up to things that no other president has. If you make an executive order to allow abortion, you're also going to, that is what will cause a civil war. You want to create a civil war, that's what you do, because you are going to have places who are absolutely 100% with no equivocation will believe you are then the fucking Antichrist. You want to see an entire nation bleed? Do that shit and watch what happens. And I'm not threatening. I'm just telling you the facts of what's going to happen, dude, because I've lived in those states. I know how those people are. These are my viewers. And trust me, you have no idea what's coming, dude.
Cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward. Because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses. Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story.
I've never seen it like this. Even with Trump, he didn't do this shit. If you don't trust what you hear and see and you constantly question it, that's the problem. There are times when you just have to go, you know what? I'm ripping the Band-Aid off. This is the truth. And everything they accuse Trump of, he never spoke like this. Ever. He never degraded the American citizens of this country like this. He went after leaders, he went after celebrities, and he went after people who went after him. Yeah, he went after Gold Star Mom. Yes, he certainly did. And I've met pretty much all the Gold Star moms that you can think of on the entire East Coast. I've worked with a ton of them. Not the ones that are, not every mother who's lost a child, but every active Gold Star mom in the state of Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. I've either worked with or they at least know of me. And I'll tell you this. None of them want to be used as political pawns. Women who've had abortions don't want to be used as political pawns. This isn't the way to do it. This isn't how you do it. This is absolutely a dog and pony show, and he's using the presidential seal to lie. And it's not that I'm surprised. I just didn't figure he had the balls to run a political campaign speech because Americans aren't going to embrace this. There are too many of us, even liberals, who don't believe in this shit that's being said right now.
So let's tell the story here. tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record.
They're not new.
Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will.
Okay, MAGA.
More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
What's the valuation of the US dollar again? What's the average household applying to their savings account? Negative $3,750 per family. What are housing prices at? What are interest levels at? Why is inflation going back up now, and they expect over the next 6 months to climb anywhere from 1.5% to 2% based on the current trends? Please explain to me how many jobs we lost between 2020 to now that'll never come back because of the regulations and the closures of the small business that you put on. Please tell me why the average family is spending more than $250 a week on groceries of a family of 4. Somewhere in the northwards of $350 to $400 per family. Can you please explain to me why every single American over the last 3 years that didn't have deductions available paid more in taxes than they ever did under Trump? Can you please tell me why gasoline prices are going back up, even though you took credit for when they went back down, as you stimulated the overall petroleum base and the dollar base, because what you did is depleted our oil reserves in order to stimulate that, as you were failed to make deals with socialist, communist, and dictator-type countries, including South America, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, and Russia? Can you explain that? This guy is so full of shit. He can't just take credit for the things he did. Yes, unemployment, good number. It was just as good under Trump. He can go ahead and talk about jobs, that those are coming back, and all he had to do was say we're recovering from COVID. These are things he could take credit for. Instead, he lies. The average American cares about the economy. The average American cares about the border. The average American cares about our sons and daughters going to war. And for this guy to sit here and say that it's not happening and piss on us and tell us it's raining, bullshit. Complete bullshit.
The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
How? How?
Creating good paying American jobs.
Folks, the government doesn't create jobs. The government creates temporary jobs. The government limits jobs. The government can stimulate the economy in order for small businesses to create jobs. 93% to 97% of all the businesses in the United States are small business or started out as small business. For this guy to sit here and say he's creating jobs, he's not. You can only get in the way of people creating jobs in the United States. It's bass backwards.
And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America.
Yeah, then we lost it to outsourcing.
Instead, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities in red states and blue states.
Rural communities, how much are you paying for your internet? The last thing I know from a good friend of mine who runs a podcast, $179 a month is what he pays for HughesLink, and I think he is running 256 Mbps. That's up. Down is less than 2 megabytes. I had better speeds when AOL was around. Where is it? Explain it. How much money went to East Palestine, Ohio? I'm interested to find out. Why did it take you a year to get there? How much has went to veterans to get veterans off the street? How many programs, how many houses did the United States government supply to veterans who are disabled? Why is it up to the 501c3s? Then why aren't you investing in those 501c3s? Why aren't you giving those 501c3s exceptional tax breaks and closing down the 501c3 supposed veteran groups like Valor fucking Home, who I used to work for, who don't even have any veterans at the top, who steal from veterans and pretend and charge customers over money and make a killing on 47 points of margin on roofing jobs and don't give shit back to veterans? Can you explain that to me? I want to know what he's doing for homelessness. I want to know what he's doing for the 22 veterans committing suicide a day. I want to know about the illegals sleeping in hotels. I want to know why you're allowing illegals come into this country and why you're not pushing for the Census Board to actually do a recount and fund that recount to find out how many illegals we have in this country so we can finally solve this problem once and for all. I am so damn tired of leaving Americans behind. So damn tired of it.
Record investments in tribal communities because of my investment in family farms. Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois. home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars.
This is the guy that funded EV batteries as Enterprise and other manufacturers have stopped and halted their production after the global warming we saw all winter long as EVs were stuck on the side of the road because they couldn't charge, or they were waiting in stations 3 feet of snow and not able to access and charge their vehicles. Yeah, that's really interesting. All you did was go ahead and circumvent coal, you circumvent gas, you circumvent fracking, and you circumvent any combustion engine available, and went in place with EV vehicles, and you step back from that as fast as you possibly could. So for anyone, especially the unions, to support you, it's because you're throwing them subsidies, and that's the only reason. You've taken their money, you've taken their bribes. That's why you're going ahead and getting their support, not because you did anything to help them, you prick.
Power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up.
Bobby, thanks for buying the Documents of Freedom. We greatly appreciate it. That's awesome. We'll have that out to you as soon as we can. We just got to get shipment and creation of those, but we'll get them out to you as soon as possible. Also want to thank you for the donations. I'll try to catch up and put those up. Thank you.
That's America. That's you, the American people.
JD, thank you for your donation, man. We appreciate it. Olivia's here watching with me. She's not on camera tonight. She doesn't want to be. She's not feeling well, but we appreciate your donation. Thank you.
The American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is bright. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well.
Was that in Scranton or was that in Delaware? Which one? I get confused since you've grown up in so many different places. Jason, thank you for the donation. We greatly appreciate it. All helps. Thank you so much.
The poor of a way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it.
How?
With the law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit.
So let me make sure I understand this. Donald Trump proposes insulin medication at $35 in 2017, passes it across both House and Senate with almost unanimous vote, has an expiration date in 2021 after he leaves, actually falls in 2022, and you simply go ahead and take that legislation, allow it to lapse, rename it, and then go ahead and reapply that legislation, and you created it. Dude, you're so, it's almost like people don't pay attention to this dick. We need to get more engaged. You cannot be a 6 to 3 month voter. You cannot get involved in June or July in an election year and expect to be informed. You've got to be watching this stuff all year long. You've got to take some time. Take 15 minutes a day and go to All Sides Balanced or come to the Dumb News. Okay? Simple. news.thedumbshow.com. My wife is putting it in there right now, and go and subscribe, and I do an article every day. Read that article, 900 words. It'll take you 3 to 4 minutes. It's not hard, and stay informed. This stuff is all legacy. It's not hard to remember because he constantly bends America over the barrel. But Donald Trump proposed insulin medication decrease a hell of a lot longer than Joe Biden did.
Make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally,
Linda, don't leave. I just specifically said stay informed. You're going to leave? Who cares if he gives you a headache? You know what? It's better than an ass raping. I'll take a headache. As long as we stay informed, we have the ability to combat this. You can push on your local state governments. You can reach out to your local towns, municipalities. This is where it starts. This is where change happens. It doesn't happen at the national level. It happens in your neighborhood. You going to bed?
Drugs. Just like the VA is able to do for veterans.
I love you, sweetheart.
That's not just saving seniors money. It's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
Love you, sweet pea.
Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market that treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extreme.
As they should. American medicine may be expensive, but it is some of the best healthcare in the world. Things like x-rays, things like going in and getting radiographs, things like getting MRIs. These things are unbelievably expensive in other countries. The amount of medicine that we have here, it costs money. And yes, like roadways and bridges and tolls, it sucks. But that's why they're there, to pay back the cost of those roads. And then what we're supposed to do is take those fucking tolls off. But we lived in Phoenix. I've lived in fucking Houston. I've lived in Virginia. And guess what? Those tolls never come off. They stay on there. They're supposed to be there to subsidize the cost of the roads and then drop off. It's the same thing with medication. When you don't allow states to compete, when you don't allow the importation importation of drugs from Canada and from Mexico where they are cheaper because they actually go ahead and charge an arm and a leg for the things that we don't. They can go ahead and get away with that, creating medicine for cheap. So we need to take advantage of other countries. We need to increase the standards of the FDA to ensure that those drugs are clean and free and clear. But it's not like we're doing that here anyway. You have drugs that cause 700 different ailments to solve one problem, and you need to take on another 15 drugs in order to solve the ones that the drug gives you. To sit here and say that the United States is the most expensive healthcare in the world, no, it's not, but it is the most advanced in the world, and there is a cost to that. And these companies, if we do not incentivize them, then why don't you subsidize them? Why don't you go ahead and take these companies who are building modernized medicine that's revolutionizing the United States industry and pay for it yourself? And invest in it yourself. Wouldn't that be a good idea? We invest in the war bonds. We invest in the college education. We invest in certain stocks and properties. Why wouldn't you invest in medication? Make it cheaper. Make these companies incentivized. And when they make the best and they make it the cheapest, incentivize them more. Why don't you let the free market work instead of saying that Colorado can't go ahead and take advantage of Arizona's prices on health care? Why don't you open up tri-state health care? Why don't you open up a national health care plan and stop the gosh darn border shit that imaginary state lines won't allow insurance companies to come in and order? I know why. Because you want your Californians to pay subsidies and to pay overall prices that are 100 times more than West Virginia, and you can't do that because you would have to flatline insurance costs and premiums. You don't give a shit about the American people. You just want the money to funnel into the areas of the people who pay you the most, you cock. So sick of these fucking politicians. Every year I get my blood pressure up, Olivia.
Still be extremely profitable.
Woo!
Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone.
$2,000 a year in prescription drug costs? Liv, how much are our copays on our medicine? You don't have to be on. Here, you're on now. What's our copay? How much do we pay for one of our prescriptions with insurance?
I think the lowest one's like $11, and I think the highest one is like $85.
And you want to cap it at $2,000.
But like the $85 is every 10 weeks.
Right.
So it's not like a monthly thing.
Is that my penile reduction cream, honey?
No.
Okay, I thought that was. That's probably less expensive. I have to put an exuberant amount on, so we buy it in bulk. That thing just keeps getting bigger. All right.
I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks.
Did this guy just say Moscow has cheaper prescription drugs than the United States, where the average person makes 1/8 of what an American makes? I want to make sure that the average Russian makes $200. I want to make sure that we're understanding what he's saying, that prescription drugs are cheaper in Moscow. Okay. Nice job, Joe. Stay on script, Grandpa.
Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal.
Yes, but you understand when he says he wants to cap it at $2,000 a month, that is going to be the prescription drugs that are under $100 a month. You're not going to get $300, $500, $600 medication stacked over and over and over and over again. That's not going to work. First of all, they're not going to put those on the list. And you're only going to have access to certain medications which have a generic property. The reason why you're paying $300, $400, $500, $600, whatever it is for your medicine is because there isn't a generic available. So non-generics aren't going to be on that list. So really, when he says cap it at $2,000 and the average person spends not even close to that on prescriptions, it doesn't do any good. So what happens to that incentive? Do you get that back in a rebate check at the end of the year if you don't max out your prescriptions at $2,000? Do we get a wellness refund? Because that would be nice. You know where it's going to go? It's going to go to the fucking insurance companies' pockets because they know that 72% of the United States isn't going to take advantage of this. It's going to be the elderly that are going to take advantage of it. And unfortunately, those people, I hate to say it, are not the ones that need it the most unless they're being taken advantage of by the insurance companies, and that is a fact. If they are on Medicare, they are only allowed to take a certain amount of medications. Certain medications aren't available to them. But I'm talking about the people who can't afford it, the people who can't afford $11 for medication. I'm talking about the people who can't afford $80 for medication, who are having to go with a substandard heart medication because they can't afford, because there is no generic version. How about we focus on that? Doesn't make any sense. The guy doesn't say anything that makes any sense.
Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen.
Oh, my God.
We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are...
No, what you wanted to do was put an improper and illegal tax on it and put the mandate on people and punish the people who had good insurance and had strong insurance and didn't want to buy your shit insurance, and you wanted to punish them if they didn't even want to take insurance because of their health status, because of their age, or because there wasn't a high risk to them to have and pay exuberant amounts of insurance. And the Supreme Court told you to go F yourself. And they're going to tell you to go F yourself again if you go ahead and try to do something without legislation. You dumb dick. I don't understand why you don't understand what executive orders are for. Executive orders are designed from appropriated funds from pieces of legislation that you are responsible to enforce. Military, borders, sovereignty, even conflicts in order to protect the United States. Your job as head enforcement of the land is to do those things, and those executive orders get you to cut the red tape in government and states in order to execute the aforementioned appropriated dollars and pieces of legislation, not to create some whimsical bullshit fantasy to change anything that you know you can't pass through the House and the Senate. My God.
More than half our population. But research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first...
Livy, did we get frozen yogurt?
No.
Son of a bitch. This night's getting worse, Liv.
Has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. So pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space.
Wait, what? Wait, what? You want to do what?
I'm
credit
confused.
that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. So what about the people who are on their 27th year in their home who didn't miss any payments during COVID? How many people who are in their first year of their home and their payments because of COVID have had to ask for forbearance? Explain to me about those people. So what you're saying is I have to go ahead and sell my new house in order to buy another house if I want to go ahead and expand and increase, which gets you to stimulate the fucking market. So you can go ahead and justify the decrease in the overall interest that the Fed is going to lower it 3 times in 1 year. So what you're going to try to do is tell people to go ahead and sell their home. They get a free $400, have them go ahead and live beyond their means, increase their overall payment by $200, $300, $400 a month because it's subsidized for 2 years. And then what happens when the bottom falls out at the end of those 2 years? What happens when you don't get reelected and somebody takes that legislation and decides to cut it? What happens if they decide to go ahead and raise those taxes and do penalties if you didn't go into a property long enough or you have to foreclose on that home? Do you have to pay it back like we did with the fucking money you gave us during COVID? And then you screwed my wife and I as you added $2,000 to our overall tax debt because you gave us a fucking advance for 6 months on our taxes? Yeah, we know how this works with you liberals. Language is out the window. I'm done. I can't do it. There's just no, I'm done. The moment that this guy started doing political campaigns and has no decorum and you expect me to have decorum, I can't. You're going to have to turn it off. I'm going to get potty mouth, folks. I'm sorry. What a dick. Like I'm going to give up 2.25% interest for 30 years so I can get $400 from you. So you can go ahead and screw me over the table and give me 4% interest instead of 2.5%. Give me a break. Not a chance, jackass.
And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you,
wait, what?
Want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year. That children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is.
So you want to expand a failing system. Sounds wonderful. You basically want to justify hiring of more teachers, expand the teachers union to have more influence in the inner cities in order to expand these modern day slave plantations so you can go ahead and keep more black people in your voting pocket. The public school system is an utter failure. And no offense, I am so tired of hearing, love the teachers. No, listen to me. I'm not going to sit here and placate you and tell you there are great teachers out there. if you allow other teachers to lean on their tenure and to have contrition and attrition rates that are upwards of 30% of your students once they reach a junior or senior in high school, that there are more dropouts than there's ever been, that we are further behind in the STEM overall productivity in this country than we ever have been before, that literacy is down. Math, English, science, history, everything is down. Music, physical education, all of it is down. I love that you're a teacher. I've got family who are teachers, but guess what? I'm done making excuses because there are people who I know who are good teachers. Y'all are fucking failing, and y'all suck. And either you need to stand up and figure out that you are not good at this job and find another fucking job, or you need to figure out how to lessen these classrooms and start teaching these children what they need to know to be successful and competitive in a world market, because they're not going to be successful unless they learn that. The world is smaller than it's ever been before. It's not going to get any bigger. Global business is happening even on local and small levels. People are selling items all over the world now when they are a small third-party type business. We must expand the understanding of language and business and economics and world geopolitics to our students. And we can't even learn 2 + 2 is 4. We can't even learn what a man is or a woman is. And you want to go ahead and put more money in the public school system that's already broken? Give me a break.
I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing.
Jeez. Liv, are you listening to this guy?
Why I wanted to spend money on education.
How in the... You guys...
I'm so lost with this.
The entire country... I will say this is probably the lowest rated State of the Union ever in U.S. history. This has... If this... I don't know what to tell you. This is the biggest shit show I've ever seen in my life. I have never seen anything like this. Trump says he wants to take away everyone's guns. Remember that when you go to the voting booth, because I'm not elected, your guns are gone along with your freedom. Yeah, he's not lying. He's been going after, saying he's going after guns for a long time.
Pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over I think it was 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number.
We don't hold you to anything, Dick.
I asked them what they need most. The CEOs, and you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them, and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
Every child reads by the 3rd grade?
They should be reading by kindergarten.
They should be reading by kindergarten, you dumb. We'll talk about low standards. 3rd grade? You should be teaching them small arms fire and frickin' long range shooting in 3rd grade. Who didn't teach their kid to read before kindergarten? Hayden was reading at what? 2?
Hayden was reading
2.5?
3.
What was Ethan was earlier than that?
No, Hayden was reading right around 3. Full books at 4. Ethan was reading small books at 4.
No, it was earlier than 4 because I taught him both. You're wrong. I taught him both. I disagree with you. I got videos of her, Ethan in Bakersfield, reading those small books, those little 3 or 4 word books. I'm going to challenge you on that. They were reading much earlier than 4.
Ethan was doing math at 3.
Yeah, I mean, they were very strong at sentence structure. I mean, they knew words. And they've always said their vocabulary is through the roof. You should be teaching your kids much earlier than kindergarten or 3rd grade. That's ridiculous. No wonder why we're behind. Look at this guy's standards. He can't even complete a sentence like a 3rd grader can.
I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to good paying job whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure that college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses.
And you circumvented the Supreme Court's directive, but, you know, who's counting for an age-old program that had nothing to do with debt forgiveness, but, you know, semantics.
Firefighters and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you.
I'm right here, sir. So did you want some lemonade? Because I'll go get it for you, sir. I got it right now. That's what Joe Biden believes. He's a racist. Would you like me to play all the audio clips? Would you like me to play the things that he said about Indian Americans, what he said about black people, what he said about women, when he tried to lynch Clarence Thomas? Remember that? This guy is the biggest douche plow in the world. And the fact that he even tries, Stephen A. Smith said it best, and I don't like Stephen A. Smith, but he went absolutely off on Joe Biden when it came to, if you see Joe Biden eating a bucket of chicken with a bunch of black people, that shit is racist. And if you're going to hold Trump accountable for anything that he's done, which is nothing like that, then you better hold Joe Biden accountable. This is pandering. This is bullshit. I feel horrible for that guy. I do. And I'm not making fun of him. I'm making fun of Joe Biden, that he's a racist dick. He eulogized 4 Klan members. The guy has said more racist shit than Donald Trump has ever been accused of saying. I've got half of the sound clips right here. Give me a break.
Students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look. Such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
Why? For what? For what?
Who's going to pay for that one?
What have they done? They have failed every single American kid. I don't care about the good teacher. I've got a teacher. She's my cousin and she's fantastic. I don't give a shit. That person should be on strike to get the people who are tenured out. How about you do this? How about you absolve the unions and get rid of tenure and make them go off merit-based performance like the rest of Americans, and the person working at Subway or taking a quarter at the frickin' 5 and dime. Why don't you make it merit-based performance and get off this tenure shit? It doesn't work. All they do is hit their 10-year mark and then they sit and coast. Why are we giving teachers a raise for mediocrity and failure? God bless America. Yeah, let's give teacher raises. Okay. Pavlov's dog.
And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me...
No, you didn't. You took $500 billion that was set aside for COVID earmarks and just didn't spend it. That's not cutting shit. You twat waffle.
Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion.
Oh, yeah.
I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and the very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share.
They pay 71% of the overall taxes in the United States of America. There is no fair share because you are blood-sucking progressive socialist dick twats. And what you want to do is go back to a 90% tax bracket. And guess what? These people control the jobs in the U.S. Those top 6% multi-billion-dollar corporations have the most influence on our economy based upon the jobs that they provide. And what you want to do is you want to tax them into oblivion, which is going to be paid to the consumer, which means less employees, which means less purchasing power, and you are going to bankrupt the free market system. You jerk-offs tried this with $15, and look what happened. Now we can't get a hamburger less than $27 fucking dollars for a family of 2. Give me a break. How much do you spend at Chick-fil-A for a family of 4, Liv?
Usually it's right around $45.
$45 we spend at Chick-fil-A. Before all this crap, we'd get out of there for what, 26, 25?
Usually 28, 29.
Ridiculous.
Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make, make a million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
What's fair share? What's fair share?
A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut. Overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%. The very
no,
wealthy,
that's
the
not
biggest,
true. Actually, 17 tax brackets. Every single no, shut up, Dick. No, wrong, lies. 17 out of the 17 tax brackets absolutely saw 100% ROI on the actual tax cuts. That's not true. Second, why did the Democrats go ahead and continue the tax cuts if they were a problem? The third question I have for you is who put a $1.9 trillion deficit spending bill that spent more money, that had more pork in it than the local Weber's frickin' piggery, that was actually funded, and you held defense spending hostage on 2017 when Donald Trump took office? Who went ahead and extended PPP? Who extended the checks to America? Who proposed that legislation? Donald Trump is responsible for some of it. There is no doubt in my mind. But you also didn't have the GDP growth that he did. So when you actually want to look deficit to revenue to GDP growth and compare those numbers, Donald Trump isn't even ranked in the top 10. Bill Clinton is. George Bush is. Ronald Reagan is. Obama is. Biden is. You know who isn't? Jimmy Carter is. You know who isn't? Donald Trump is ranked number 13. So you can sit here and say that he added a shit ton of money to the deficit, but all you're doing is looking at the spending and not the GDP growth and the overall revenue. That is somebody who actually made more money for America, and he spent a shit ton of it, because you have to spend money to make money in this country. You can't tax people into prosperity, you cock.
He should tell his son to pay his taxes.
Yeah, and his granddaughter and his freaking the other chick that I don't even know. I don't even care.
They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny.
Yeah, that's what you said in 2020. Liv, how much more taxes have we paid over the last 3 years under him than Trump?
Oh my gosh, so much.
Let's see. We had $14,000 that we owed. This year is probably going to be close to $7,000 to $8,000. $10,000 the previous year. We got money back under Trump. All 4 years, we got money back. Upwards of 15, 14, 9. And I think our lowest one was like 5,000 or 6,000. So give me a break. It's just blatant lies. It's all lies. This is all he does is fucking lie.
Yeah. In fact,
I just cut a check to the IRS for $14,000 fucking dollars. $14,000. Give me a break.
Yeah, I do know that you worked for Valor up until the end of November for 1 year, and we should have gotten money back that year.
Yep.
And we owed $6,000 that year.
Yep. Welcome to Joe Biden.
the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country.
Yes, that's true, but maybe people should close their legs and you should stop the modern-day slave plantations from incentivizing women to have fatherless children. That might solve the problem, but of course, Republicans, we're racist. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with anything else that we're racist. Yes, go ahead and let unfettered access to people who have 8 kids. Now the average child costs, what, $250,000 on average to go ahead and raise? Give me a break.
To make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
They already pay their fair share.
Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion. And
correction, $750,000 is what I believe it is. Liv, will you fact check me? It's between $250 and $750.
Okay,
the average cost to raise a child in the United States.
Okay, got it.
Income tax, 0. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%.
No, it's not.
So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share.
Give me a break.
I also want to end.
This is what Obama did.
307,000.
Thank you. Somewhere in between. I had a big enough runway. This is what Obama did, and this is why manufacturing jobs left the United States. This is what Clinton did. Raise taxes on the corporations, punish the corporations, then jobs go down. This is what happens. Give me a break. It has a short-term effect. It has a short-term impact. And then ultimately, the more you make, the more you spend. Anybody who balances a budget at home knows that. So all you're going to do is have the Democrats spend more money, and Republicans. How about you balance the budget to 0 and start paying on our national debt? How about you stop spending more?
I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
That's so fucking unfair. That's so unfair because you're not talking about net profit. You're talking about gross. You're talking about people who have it tied into properties, who have it tied into to equipment, to inventory, to overhead, to licensing fees, to distribution, to vehicles, to farm equipment, to seed. They're not liquid cash billionaires. These are people who have their money invested in America, and you want to punish them for it. And you want to charge them an ungodly amount. They pay 8.2% because, folks, here's the thing. The tax code is written this way. They take advantage of it with tax lawyers. All you got to do is fix the tax code. You want to propose a flat tax? I think a lot of people are open to a flat tax, but you can't make it fair with a flat tax. Because the person who has priorities like me, where I was down my first 2 years of business and now I'm up, you can't do that to a company that's just getting started. You can't do a company that's valuation might be $1.5 million, $1.2 million, but their debt is equivalent to that because they haven't started turning net gain profit yet. What you want to do is going to throttle jobs. It's going to throttle the consumer, and it's going to be passed to the consumer because big corporations will not take the hit. They will just pass it on to you and me. This drives inflation. This drives cost for basic consumer goods. This is what happens. This is what happens with Democrats all the time. Let's charge more in taxes, and then those corporations will have to go ahead and tighten the belt. They don't tighten the belt. They pass it on to you and me. This is the dumbest fucking thing. I don't know why we have to keep going back to Carternomics.
I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America.
Wow.
Imagine the future with affordable
imagine how many
childcare.
fucking weapons that could buy. You know how many weapons I could buy for Ukraine? $500 billion. You gave $150 billion to Ukraine over 10 years. Who gives a shit? It's nothing. It's a penance. You cannot make America prosperous by taxing people into prosperity. That's not the way it works. Every single communist country has tried it. It fails miserably.
Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and
shit in one hand and wish in the other and see what fills up first.
Working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you.
How? Folks, we got to take the House and the Senate. I'm telling you right now, I don't give a shit about the presidency. If Donald Trump gets it, great. That's just gravy. That's just icing. That's just whipped cream. You got to take the House and the Senate. You got to shut this guy down completely. You got to shut him down. Lame duck presidency and everything. I love Trump. Great. I'd love to have him, but I don't care if he wins. You got to take the House. You got to take the Senate, because the SCOTUS will stop his ass. The only thing you know what? Scratch everything I just said. Bullshit. We need Trump too, because we need the 2 SCOTUS positions. We have to keep the SCOTUS for another generation, not just the next 20 years. It needs to be ours the next 40 fucking years. Can't give these people power ever. Ever, 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 ever.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have 2 ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal.
No, it's not.
You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
What a clown.
Look. Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to health care to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it.
I don't see anything, Liv.
You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill.
Hey, Betsy, thanks for ordering a hat. I just heard it was a little bit of confusion on my part. I apologize. I want to say thank you for ordering a hat. I hope you enjoy it. You better send me a picture when you put it on. That's fantastic. I hope you enjoy your new hat. Folks, you can go to thedumbshow.com, pick yourself up a hat, a shirt, coffee. We got great coffee over there. A lot of cool stuff. Go over there and do that. Also, folks, you can help donate to the show. This isn't free. My wife's worked all day. I've worked all day. This is what we do. We do it for nothing except for you helping. Whether it's buying a shirt, buying a hat, buying coffee, or donating to here, linktapgo.com/thedumbshow. You can go right to PayPal, safe and secure. Whether you like PayPal or not, it really doesn't matter. They pay the bills. They take care of it for me. Or you can tip directly into the show. All secure, 100%, 256. MBS of security. It's frontwards and back, completely SSL certified. You will not be hacked. You will not be nothing. These are safe. I only use safe transfer systems. If you can help out, great. If you can't, don't you think about it. Don't you dare. It is always going to be free. It just helps if you can help. Here is the rest of this ass wipe.
We're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8.
Wow.
Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30 some dollars.
What?
They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion.
No, Chuck, I'm sorry, man. We must vote any way we can. We have to stop going on election day. I'm telling you right now, we have got to learn how to ballot harvest. We have got to learn to get our friends and family to vote early, vote often, as quick as possible. That way, if there is a screw up, you have an option to show up on election day and go get your vote counted. Do not spread the messaging not to vote by mail. Vote any way you can. Vote every way you can. And until that vote is counted, you do not stop trying to quantify and qualify that fact. We have got to stop waiting. Snowstorms happen. Rains happen. Shit happens. We don't know what... Joe Biden was late 22 minutes to the State of the Union because Palestinian protesters, idiot morons who support terrorists, wanted to go ahead and make him late. You don't know what's going to happen on election day. Vote early, vote often, get out and do it.
Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating.
And Chuck, I wasn't disrespecting you. I'm just saying, man, I got to go against that message, dude. I got to go again. Yes, vote on voting day. Great. But also get your mail. I don't care. If you got to do an absentee ballot, do it. If you have the ability to vote early, do it. Whatever it takes, get it in.
Home. That's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators.
There is a proposal, a DEAC. It's a stipulation that any cable provider right now, Xfinity, Comcast, have to show you the pricing up front. This is already a bill. It's already there. You just have to implement it, dude. We had to roll this out in Comcast. Every single time we have to walk people through it. It has to be listed down with no small print, no ads, nothing. Clean and clear what they're paying, what system they're getting, whether it's internet, broadband, internet, TV, phone line, alarm system, and the taxes included in any type of fees and licensing all have to be there. It's a declarative statement. And every single person has to sign it before their contract begins. You have the ability to do this. You applied this on to telecommunication companies. You applied it onto cell phone companies. You can do it now. It takes a broad sweep of your fucking pen that you love to use so much, you jackass.
The bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen.
Bullshit.
Oh, you don't
Bullshit.
think so?
No, we don't think so.
Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing.
You know, there has to come a time where the respect to the presidency stops and someone just needs to stand up and tell him to go fuck himself. I mean, I'm at that point. You know what? I'm all about decorum at first. Now I'm like, tell him to go fuck himself. That cocky bullshit attitude. This was not an American border bill. There was more funding that went overseas than it did to the United States. Stop stacking bills, single issue policies, single issue politics. Create more chambers, create more groups. Whatever you need to do, divide and conquer. If you guys can't get legislation pushed through committee, then you need to create more committees. You need to be more specific. But what you don't get to do is sit here and just do this jambalaya bills where there is $2.5 billion attached to it. And we have the frickin' declaration of the salmon frickin' ovary replenishment fund. And we're frickin' counteracting SA-7 missiles or building iron domes on the same frickin' bill. Give me a break.
He's trying to be like Biden. Or not like Obama, because Obama was able to pull this off, and he was. I still didn't like him, but
I just want to bitch slap him.
He looks like an arrogant asshole right now.
I just want to bitch slap him. His goofy ass. Oh, God, just go watch Matlock, dude.
Hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges.
Right, so you can process more illegals into our country. Yeah, let's go ahead and hire more people to process. Great. What did you bring any more judges on? Did we go ahead and institute any more judges to make the process faster, Joe? Or no, you just want to actually allow them into the country so we can process more, but not adjudicate them into being legal or illegal. It's funny how that works, how you didn't increase the judge count, but you increase more border patrol. So basically there's a stopgap. Let them into the country, release them in here, and then go ahead and ask them to come back 5 years later because we don't have enough judges to process the freaking legislation. Full of shit.
4,300 more asylum officers and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
Rhonda, thank you for becoming a subscriber. $1.99 gets you 15% off at The Dumb Show. You can go buy coffee, go buy shirts, buy hats, anything you want, and you get to listen to all the Dumb Nation. Group is growing. There's probably 80 of them in there, and we love it. And it's $2. The only reason I charge $2 is because I can't charge $1. If I could charge nothing, I would. But alas, we have a group that we all get to talk in and joke and have some fun. So there you go. Join the Dumb Nation if you want to. Thank you.
What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children.
It's not the vehicles.
This bill would save lives.
It's not where it's coming from, you dumb dick. It's not where it's coming from. Why don't you go ahead and look at the East and West Coast and Houston? Why don't you look at the through fare coming from ships, coming in cargo ships? They're not moving this stuff by the cup load. They're not moving it by the truckload. They're moving it by the freaking cargo container load. Why don't you focus on that? Why don't you expand ICE and Customs to go ahead and be able to seize people in the United States who are guilty of crime and go ahead and deport them out of the United States? Why are we allowing these people even to come into the U.S. to begin with? Yes, the southern border is a big issue, but you also got to address overstayed visas, which you haven't talked about in 4 years, and I wonder why you don't do that.
Save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read.
Bullies. See, this is the problem that I have, and I'm just going to... You try to go in there with decorum, you try to sit on your hands, and you try to be respectful by just not saying anything. And then this prick antagonizes. At this point, the gloves are fucking off. If every single Republican is not absolutely enraged right now to be able to say, that's it, we don't argue about anything anymore, and have a meeting after this and stack hands and say, we never argue in public anymore, everything is lockstep with the speaker, you're all a bunch of fucking clowns, and you deserve everything you're getting because you don't represent me. Because if I was in there, I would be blasting this guy to kingdom come. I can't stay up till midnight, folks.
I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far.
Okay, you know what? I'm done. I want to see Katie.
Future where
shut up.
All he has to do is work with the DOJ to make that
pull off.
It's Donald Trump, and in no time.
We laughed together.
A House chamber filled with
Children in every. Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt,
Oh my
and I
God.
have the honor of serving the people.
And I can see Alaska and Russia from my house. I can. I swear I can. She sounds a little Sarah Palin. Let's see if I'm sure she'll do fine. But oh my gosh, can I see Bobby? And I see Rhonda and I see Sarah. Just saying.
Alabama and the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight. Like so many families across America, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive.
Okay, hold on.
One thing was quite clear, though.
He's under
Carrie.
bombardment or displaced.
Carrie, how many minutes, Carrie? Carrie says I have to watch the end of the speech. Carrie, yeah, please. I got to get some food. I had a bowl of rice for dinner. I'm freaking starving. I literally could eat the ass end out of a horse. So, which minute mark do you want me to go to? It looks like his speech. Okay, I got it because he was like 21 minutes late. So I'm at the hour and I'm at like the 57-minute mark right now. All right, let me try to find this.
It's a fair shot. An American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me. I was born amid World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as 2 of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career.
Bobby Cuntedy? Did you say Bobby Cuntedy? Bobby Cuntedy was assassinated? I didn't know that. I love that guy. He was fishy.
Oh my gosh. Seriously.
A career of service. I left the law firm, became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president, or our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
The fact is you have to read this scares the living shit out of me. How do you not know your own resume? You're not even putting out years. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it, Joe. Oh my God, Joe. We did it. Oh my God. I'm getting punch drunk.
In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now.
Until every single person thinks the exact same thing.
I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy.
Thanks for...
Oh, bummer. I was really hoping
I got to
we
do a
would
thanks for
get
subscribing.
away.
I got to do a thanks for subscribing.
Okay.
Thank you, Violet, for subscribing. We appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Go ahead, Liv.
I was really hoping we didn't have to see her catch flies this year.
Yeah, she's okay.
The issue facing our nation isn't how old we are. It's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
Oh, God, shut up.
The end, reaching the dismount.
I'm not listening anymore to that shit.
We did it. We did it, Joe.
Yes, we did.
The Republican response on time.
With the lowest approval rating of his...
They would have felt pretty secure.
As John suggested?
Was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off, our communities are less safe, and our country is less secure. I just wish he understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. You know, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly of our days. It's where we laugh together. And it's where we hold each other's hands and pray for God's guidance. And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own children may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream allowed me, the daughter of two small business owners from rural Enterprise, Alabama, to be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's dance studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation in just one lifetime. It's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border.
Thank you, Linda.
To see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty
Thank you, Sarah.
to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis, he invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours on end.
Yeah, this isn't blowing my skirt up. This fear porn just drives me crazy. Can we talk about solutions? Can we talk about what you're going to do to counteract that stupid son of a bitch that just talked for an hour and some odd minutes and couldn't even show up on time to his own State of the Union? I'm going to go through every single record that I can, but I don't think there's ever been a State of the Union that started late like that because the president was in the building. This is a very nice looking, very passionate person. She reminds me of Sally Struthers, and I feel like she's going to come out with a small African child and go ahead and tell me for 97 cents a day I can go ahead and save a life. This is not what I want, and it's not what you should want either. Yes, these are tragic stories. Yes, we've heard these stories. Yes, they're horrible stories. Yes, we understand that. Solutions. I want to know what you're going to do on day one. I want to know what you're going to do to stand together and stop allowing Democrats to embarrass us because they never break rank. That's all I want to hear right now. Donald Trump already has the solutions. I don't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from anybody from the Republicans. I want you know what you should have come out and said? We have work to do. We have work to do. And instead of talking, we're going to get it done, and you're going to see a new Republican Party. And the first thing what we're going to do is that we are going to lay out exactly from point A to point B what the party platform is, because we haven't had one since 2016. Conservatives are lost. We don't know who we are anymore. We're going to define that. And we're going to use the top leaders in this country and listen to our constituents. And we're going to go back to our constituents, and we're going to hold town halls, and we're going to sit there and shut our fucking mouths and let the constituents of this country who put us in office tell us what we need to do. And we're going to listen. And then we're going to build a party platform that we can run on. We're going to have conservative principles again back here in the United States. I don't want to hear this bullshit. This is 2000. This is John McCain again. This is just sell. Sharia law is coming, folks. Sharia law is coming. Put us in office.
We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace.
Why are you
This
crying?
crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one.
Liv.
She's trying to pull at the heartstrings,
of President
but
Biden's sense.
Do you know what I want to hear in the background? In the arms of an angel, far away from here. She picks up a kitten. Please adopt this cat. This is.
she's trying to pull at the heartstrings of America, but all she's doing is proving the point that women shouldn't be in a leadership role because they're too emotional. That's all she's doing right now.
Be strong.
She should not be crying on national TV.
Give me this. It just seems disingenuous. It's just as fake as Biden. It's because you read this speech, you wrote it, you've practiced it. You shouldn't be getting emotional in this. I understand there's horrible shit, but man, can we have the shining hill, please? Can we have the beacon of light? Can we get back to Reagan-esque days? We got commies' asses to kick. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just pissed off. I don't know.
I think you're hungry. You're hangry.
Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough.
Jeez.
Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame.
You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of freaking Twilight, Kristen Stewart.
Fulfill verse
Is it? I didn't hear her say it. Did anyone hear Biden say? Did he say it when I wasn't there? Because I didn't hear him say her name, unless I missed it because we fast forwarded. Can anyone tell me? Listen, I'm not here to rip on Republicans, but I don't have the same loyalties that y'all do. I don't. I think you should call out idiocy, and no matter what party it is. It's not that I can't be made happy. You know when I'm happy? Donald Trump makes me happy. You know when I'm happy? Gene Fitzpatrick makes me happy. Margaret Thatcher makes me happy. Ronald Reagan makes me happy. Hell, man, there were even times that Newt Gingrich made me happy. I'm not going to lie. There were times Bill Clinton made me happy. Ross Perot made me happy from once in a while. This doesn't make me happy. This is stupid. This is ridiculous. You're literally taking up the first 3 minutes of yours. I'm sorry. I'm so pissed. Joe Biden gave up the first 15 minutes. That's about how long people stay engaged. Nobody watched his shit. They watch for 3 minutes. And in this, like I said, it sounds like a Sally Struthers commercial. I want to give money for tunnels for towers right now. And I get that. That's great. But these are singular situations that don't represent the collective. You only got so much time, sister. Sell the platform.
Reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering. Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow. The American people are scraping by.
Okay, first things first. Beautiful video. Audio sucks balls. You can hear her breathe, whoever mic'd her up. Listen, Republicans, I'm available. This is how you sound. This is how you look. You are the United States government. You are the Republican fucking party. Do you think you might hire an audio video guy who knows what the hell they're doing? The fact that I sound 10 times better, and honestly, I may not look better because she's a beautiful woman, but at least my camera's better than hers. She's washed out. She sounds like she's in a freaking kitchen. That's the problem. I mean, I want to hear that. I want to see her naked ass husband walk by, scratch his ass, and turn on the garbage disposal. That's what I'm expecting to happen any second in this video. This is shit. This is trash. This is as bad as Elizabeth Warren drinking a beer. Oh, hi, honey. What are you doing here in our house?
Thinking about that
Would you like to have a beer? Oh, sure, sweetie. I would love to have a beer. Can I come on your boobies later? Oh, I'm sorry. That was completely unprofessional. I don't have anything left, folks. I'm sorry. I'm running on fumes.
Are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all. Bless his heart. We know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden.
Oh my God, I know who she reminds me of.
Or even pushed a.
Oh my God, I know who she reminds me of, Olivia.
Is this somebody we know personally or an actress?
Oh,
or
no. I'm ready to pull up the clip. Do you remember the movie Super Troopers?
Yes.
And Denise Richards and her acting in that movie? And
Denise Richards wasn't in Super Troopers.
Not Starship Troopers.
Oh, yes, Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she's like,
Yep. Yep, totally.
Watch her, and she sounds just like Denise Richards in Starship Troopers. That's who she reminds you of. And I wanted to punch her in the face in that movie. I can totally tell why I don't like this lady. That Whitmer was better than this. And that's sad because Whitmer had a killer after SCOTUS speech. And I can't stand that woman. But this is embarrassing. Sarah Palin would have, you betcha. Yeah, we need to chop some more wood in my backyard. You bet we do. We could go ahead and bottle some sap together and have some pancakes. We can, you bet you can. We can do that. Then we can go look at Russia and have some vodka. Maybe we can ride a bear. We can. Together. Sure. Give me a fucking break.
Disregard. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar and we know it doesn't go as far. We see it every day. And despite what he tells you, our communities are not safer. For years, the left has caught.
Okay, yeah.
I'm done.
Well, I know. People are asking me to. What, does Johnson have a rebuttal? I'm going to go quick, then we got to go.
Of the worst radical America's workers. Stones of a great moms.
In the arms of an angel.
Of America.
Thank you for watching
From
with us
America?
tonight on Fox.
Yelling and speeding through that
Oh, Liv.
cumulative.
Thank God Liv's on the soundboard.
The most secure border have restored so many.
Olivia, you're brutal. Oh.
That's what she sounded like. After a while, I was like, oh my God, shut up. I don't want to hear you anymore. Seriously, this was the worst choice for the Republican Party to make.
Yeah, it sounded like shit.
I mean, like I said, I can understand. They're trying to win back the hearts of the suburban mom. That's why they were trying to relate to, but they did a piss poor job trying to relate to the suburban mom.
What you did is you downplayed women because women who are true Trump supporters, they're not weak.
No.
They're not like that. They're not a bunch of crybaby bitches. They're tough and they're strong. Hold on. I'm trying
It's at the very beginning, I think, when she gets into when she gets promoted to pilot or something like that. Remember?
I'm looking. Hold on.
Are you tired spending hours making attractive captions for your short form content? Well, here is how some magic can help.
Exactly, the lack of luxury out there.
There you go. That's it.
Patrick, what was it like for you?
Into us and outside looking at the explosions, we would have the green screen, and for the explosions, they would raise these lights to shine in our face, and that's what we're supposed to react to.
It's so you guys go watch Starship Troopers, and there's a commercial she does in there, and I swear to God, it is her twin. Listen, I'm not here to fucking red flash. I'm not here to. This might be your first time watching the show, and we still got 400. We had 500 on because we were at 365. That means Rumble and Instagram and everything else was huge. It doesn't matter. We got 350 plus, 375, 400, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's good to have you here. We love this time of year because a lot of people come up. You haven't seen the show. We don't cuss all the time. I've taken cussing out. So if that bothers you, I'm sorry. We like to give political analysis. We're just frustrated. We're frustrated because we're not a bunch of yokel idiots, and you don't need to put somebody up there who literally looks like she can inflate the Michelin Man. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed with her. She doesn't know how to communicate. She doesn't know how to articulate a message. There was nothing I heard that contradicted or counteracted what Joe Biden said in any way, shape, or form. There has to be a level of defense. And I much would have appreciated her to have like a blouse on and a jacket and take it off and say, you know what, I had a prepared speech, but I can't. I can't deliver that to you because that's not real and that's not a thing. We just got to see somebody who is the most DuPont plastic and generic person I've ever seen. I don't know who that is. I've known Joe Biden most of my life, but that person up there, I've never seen anyone lie to the American people. And I'm not going to sit up here and read you a speech. Here's what we're going to talk about. Here are the 3 things that we want to focus on, but they won't do that. We don't have anybody left. Who do you admire in the Republican Party? I don't know who it is. Is it Johnson? All he did was sit back there with a Cheshire grin on his face. Marjorie Taylor Greene, is she your hero? Kevin McCarthy, was he your hero? Lindsey Graham? Who is it? Because I'm waiting for somebody. I'm waiting for them. Why is Byron Daniels not promoted up? Why isn't Kat Kamik talking? Where's Eli Crane? Maybe just, and I understand you don't have the House there. You should have every single person who is the face of the Republican Party standing there ready to go. You should have the Border Patrol ready to speak. You know what I would do if I was a Republican? I would put the Border Patrol front and foremost. I would put a veteran who is homeless first and foremost. I would put teachers talking about the grades of the school and the way that the school is first and foremost. I would give up my 15 minutes and put the American people first. And actually teach these Democrats what's actually happening in our country. But that was a failure. This doesn't give me much hope. It shouldn't give you much hope. Does that person represent you? Are you smarter than her?
I would like to think I am.
I think you are. I think the people in this chat are smarter than her. And I'm not saying she's stupid. I'm not being rude to her. You do not have the presentation skills to be talking nationally. Maybe I don't either. But whatever that was, honestly, it looked like a bipolar roller coaster. 1 minute you're crying.
Up and down, up and down.
Just like, dude, seriously, man. Freaking lithium or something, dude. All right. Yeah, she is hot. She's a beautiful girl. But that doesn't convert into votes. You know what I mean? It was a horrible response. You're absolutely right. Okay, we're all on the same page. You're not mad at me. I've been pretty restrained. I'm trying. Yeah, Kat Kamik would have crushed it. But she's not the prototypical look that they want, right? Sarah Huckabee Sanders is a person. Send it out to freaking Arkansas. At least she can put 2 sentences together. You know, people are pissed off at Kayleigh McEnerney, but she can put 2 sentences together. Hell, give it to me. I'll talk to the country. And I promise you this, it'd be a hell of a lot better than what that lady just fucking did. Because at least I would go ahead and combat Joe Biden and call him out on his 5 biggest lies. His 5 biggest lies. And I've got them written down. We'll talk about it tomorrow. God bless. Thanks for watching. Thanks, everybody. Hey, listen, I love the fact that so many people are on. Do me a favor, all you people. Say something in chat next time. It's good to know you're new here. We're not going to bite your head off. You can even say something stupid. All I ask is that we separate opinion from fact. That's what we like to try to do here. If you have an opinion, say, hey, it's my opinion. If you have something that's factual, say that too. We're not always perfect. We don't always get it right, but we do it together. This show is a good one. I hope you come back. I hope you stop by. God bless. Thanks for watching. Liv, you want to say anything, anybody?
Night, y'all.
We have a whole bunch of people on. Listen, go to bed. Go get out of here. Leave. Stop by linktapgo/The Dumb Show. You guys can help donate. You guys go pick up some shirts. Follow us if you haven't seen us before. We're on weeknights, 7 o'clock. We have a recorded show in the morning. We have a news site, news.thedumbshow.com. It's good reading. Probably a better writer than I am a host, but either way, we love doing what we're doing. We'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early. It's Red Friday. Put your red on. Take care of each other. God bless. Good night.
Night, y'all.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This is the Don't Unfriend Me Show with your hosts, Matt, Leroy, Amy, Olivia, and Mike. Geopolitics, military analysis, and election coverage. Coming to you live on the Spreely.tv network and all major social media channels at The Dumb Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree. Just don't unfriend me.